Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Shayla. At the start of each new school year, I always have the same thought. If only the kids knew. They'd be shocked that their teachers, principals, and guidance counselors, this one included, feel the same nervousness they do when they all come back after the summer break. Those nerves only get worse when you're starting in a brand new school. I think that means, mathematically, that I'm more nervous than any kid at Holly Brooke's comprehensive school. Though math was never my strong suit. I adjust my employee badge and take a deep breath in. This is it, Shayla. The day you start changing these kids' lives. In reality, it's more likely that they'll change mine. They always do. In an hour, these halls will be teeming with children. Now, though, walking to my office, the echo of my high heels makes me feel self-conscious. Shayla, exclaims Pamela Thompson, the director of guidance and my immediate supervisor. She greets me with a big bear hug. I haven't seen you since our last interview. It's so good for you to finally be here. Welcome to Holly Brooke's. It's the warmest welcome I've had at any school so far. Maybe the warmest welcome I've had, period. A childhood spent in the Oakland foster system prepares you to feel about as welcome as fruit flies hovering around a trash can. But I can feel how grateful they are to have me at Holly Brooke's already. More faces appear over Pamela's shoulder before I can respond to her sweet greeting. I hardly have time to feel nervous about more first impressions before everyone's falling into step with me as I walk to my office. We have a big welcome back spread. Eat up. We went a little overboard. I'm Rebecca, one of the co-counselors. We're so glad you're here. I'm so glad to be here. You've made me feel so welcome already, I say. And I'm Heather. Nice to meet you, Shayla. We heard such good things from people at your last school. I'm a counselor/social worker. You know how it is. All of us wearing more hats than we can count. Like that picture book, Caps for Sale, with the huge tower of hats on his head, Pamela says with a laugh. You monkeys, you. Gimme back my caps, Rebecca calls out, quoting the story. Sorry, working with kids. You know, you get a little crazy. Oh, I definitely know, I say with an easy grin. Especially as a counselor, you need a sense of humor. Otherwise, the job can get so heavy. I mean, that's how I got through my own. I stop myself. I don't want to overwhelm them with my own past on the first day. It can change people's opinions of you. Either they see you as being irreparably damaged, or they start walking on eggshells, and I've always been determined to forge my own identity. So Shayla, first things first, Pamela says, dropping a thick pile of manila folders on my desk. You'll review the files on the individual kids to get a sense of the student body. It'll be good to start before the kids get in, before the chaos begins. I can't wait to dive in, Pamela, I say genuinely. I just want to tell you I'm so happy to be here. I was excited even before today, but now it already feels like home. I'm thrilled to hear that, Pamela says. We're so happy too. A half hour later, when the students are about to come in, I've gotten through all but 3 files. I've always had the ability to read super quickly, but still catch everything. When the school doors open, a roar of student voices and the clatter of slamming lockers immediately fill the building. We step out in the hallway to welcome the students back. 10 minutes later, everything is quiet again, but the sense of excitement and anticipation lingers in the air. The feeling of possibility. After a few minutes, there's a knock on our open door. A towering man with longish brown hair strides in, followed by a put-together blonde woman in a power suit. Principal Avery Cross and Vice Principal Caroline King. The other counselors look like they're witnessing a Greek god in their presence. "Good morning, Mr. Cross, Miss King. It's so good to see you," Pamela says effusively. "You know Rebecca and Heather, of course. And this is our newest addition to the counseling team, Shayla Davis." Principal Cross is so tall I have to crane my neck to meet his eyes. They're a soft amber color, like honeyed cognac. They take my breath away. "I'm so pleased to see you," Mr. Cross says. "And you, Miss Davis. Welcome to our school. I think you'll like it here. And I think you'll be an incredible asset, based on your reputation for professionalism and all the experience you bring, per your personnel file. I'm really looking forward to working with you." There's keen interest revealed in his deep voice. He looks at me intently, like I'm the only person there. My voice flutters, and I realize I'm pinching my palm. "Thank you, Principal Cross, for your kind words. I'm looking forward to working with you too," I say. "And Vice Principal King, you as well. The counseling team has given me such a warm welcome." "The counseling team is great, aren't they?" Miss King says. "I think it's going to be a great year, so Avery and I just wanted to stop in and say hello before a conference call with the superintendent. Was great talking to you all." As they make their exit, Principal Cross turns his head to look at me one more time before disappearing around the doorway. His eyes penetrate down to my core. "I think you have an admirer, Counselor Shayla," Rebecca says once they leave. "I think he's just happy to have an extra set of hands. That they happen to be mine, well." I shrug my shoulders and make a show of returning to my work, shuffling the papers on my desk. You keep telling yourself that," Rebecca says. I roll my eyes, but I can't stop thinking about Mr. Cross's almond-colored eyes. I hear his rich bass in my head saying my name, telling me he read my files. Heat rushes to my cheeks. It's the first day at a new school. Am I attracted to the principal? It'll be an interesting year, that's for sure.
Chapter 2. Avery. "Great talking with you too, Superintendent Clark. Happy first day." Caroline presses the button to end the call. I barely caught any of it. All I can think about is the new counselor. My conversation with Shayla Davis plays over and over in my head. I see flashes of her full, pouty lips and her long, curly brown hair, framing that angel face of hers. The bell to change classes pulls me out of my daydream, and I'm in principal mode. My administrative duties keep me from talking to students as much as I'd like, but it's my favorite part of the job. I greet the kids in the hallway as they move from one room to another. "Principal Cross," one student calls, pantomiming a free throw in my direction. I pretend to catch the invisible basketball. "Thomas Leggett, been practicing. Keep it up." A sophomore girl with braids taps me. I crouch down to hear her. "Hi, Mr. Cross. I hope you had a good summer." "I did, Kelly. I hope yours was great, too. Did you write more science fiction?" "I did." Her face lights up and she pushes her glasses up. "I think I finished a book. I can't wait to read it. You have to bring it by." "I will. I promise." She grins and skips off to class. We have such great kids. I walk past the guidance office, and the memory of Shayla Davis from this morning whisks me away. I wish I could have stayed longer. If Caroline didn't mention the superintendent's call, I might have kept finding reasons to talk to her. I never, ever look at staff that way. It's a strict rule. But she's something special. Even in my NBA days, with cheerleaders and party girls throwing themselves at me constantly, I never saw anyone so stunning. Back in the administrator's suite, I hear Caroline on the phone with her husband. They're talking about their own kid's first day of school. I turn to budget documents and logistics to take my mind off the gorgeous new guidance counselor. It doesn't work. The intercom buzzes. Mr. Cross, there was a fight in the cafeteria. I'm sending 2 students your way. Thanks, Miss Fox. My least favorite part of the job. Student discipline. 2 kids enter with hangdog expressions. Jay Benson, a freshman who looks younger than his 14 years, and Marcus Greystone, a junior on the football team. I'm happy to see your faces, boys, but not happy about the reason why. What happened? Nothing, Jay says. He looks down. If it was nothing, you wouldn't be here. Marcus? I kind of started it, he says. I tried taking Ryan Berger's lunch money. I give a severe look. That deserves its own conversation, Marcus, but how did that lead to a fight between you two? I got mad, Jay says. I didn't think it was fair, so, I ask. So I punched Marcus and made him give Ryan's money back. I'm sorry, you what? I feel my blood boil. I punched Marcus. I know it was wrong, it was bullying. Bullying is unacceptable, so is punching someone for it. Jay and Marcus, I'm really disappointed, I say. If this happens again, both of you, expulsion is on the table. This is serious. I know, they both say, and give me an apology. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to each other, and to Ryan. I'll see how he's doing later. In the meantime, let's head over to guidance. You definitely need some. Pamela asks Shayla to handle it. After the door closes, I hang around outside for a few minutes. I see the empathy on her face through the little window and hear the soothing tones in her voice. She just met these students, but it's clear how much she cares. Definitely a strong hire. My office is close enough to hear when they emerge. The boys' tone is completely changed. You could mistake them for friends. I'm proud of them, and even prouder of Miss Davis. Once the students leave, I walk over. Miss Davis, seeing you in action, I'm even more impressed than this morning. I can tell you're phenomenal at what you do. A grin pulls at her lips, and she avoids my gaze. I reach out my hand to shake hers, and it hits me. Like lightning. Electricity crackles between us when we touch. Just a simple handshake, and I'm immolated on the inside like a matchstick strike. Based on the stunned look frozen on her face, I sense she must feel it too. I take my leave and dash to the safe harbor of my office, but the physical distance doesn't stop her from consuming me. I shake my head. Intrusive images bombard me. I imagine swiping the papers off her desk, pulling up her skirt, touching every inch of her perfect brown skin, and taking her right there. Beneath her modest clothes, I imagine how she'd look in barely there lingerie. What would it feel like to touch what I imagine is the silky smooth skin of her perfect buttocks? What would it be like to bend that bottom over and pump her full? Jesus Christ, Avery, get a hold of yourself. Something about her makes me shed my refinement and succumb to the feral beast inside. I can't believe how badly I want her. I'm not used to losing control, but after less than a day of knowing her, I've already surrendered myself to that prospect whenever she's around. I can't believe I'm getting feelings for someone at my school. Do I have a shot with her? God, she's so beautiful. Should I go for it? She's a coworker, a colleague, your employee. You cannot feel this way. What the hell is wrong with me? I tell myself that, but I can't help imagining what it would be like to have her on my desk, sitting right in front of me. That goddess's body within arm's reach, legs spread, dripping wet. You've got it bad, Cross. Add managing my ridiculous crush on her onto the growing to-do list I have as principal.
Chapter 3. Shayla. In 6 years as a guidance counselor, the most childish behavior I've witnessed, almost without exception, isn't from students. It's the administrators. Some of the petty tyrants I've worked with, colleagues, have guarded their territory so fiercely, you'd think they were working a drug corner, not educating children. Fortunately, the administration at Holly Brooke's Comprehensive is the total opposite. Everyone is a dream, especially my direct boss, Pamela. Avery Cross, on the other hand, isn't just a dream, he's Principal McDreamy. The biggest problem I foresee is how to maintain my focus with him constantly invading my thoughts. I'm working on the counseling report for Jay Benson and Marcus Greystone. It means a lot to me that Miss Thompson Pamela, as she wants me to call her, I still have to get used to it and trust me with something like mediating a fight, especially on my first day. I don't want to let her down. After basic details, I start the narrative. Marcus Greystone stole lunch money from Ryan Berger. Jay Benson felt compelled to stand up for Ryan and punched Marcus. We talked about steps they could take to Avery. Damn it, I meant to type Avert. I have Avery Cross on the brain. For the next hour, I work diligently, making only a few Avery Cross-induced slip-ups. I catch them immediately, to my credit. I draft an email and hover over send. A few seconds later, I hear the inbox ding on Miss Thompson's computer, Pamela's computer. The moment of truth. Don't panic, it'll be fine. Hey, Shayla, just got your email. Let me look it over. I'm pinching my palm so hard from nerves. I feel like I'll draw blood. A few minutes later, she asks me into her office. So you looked over the report? I ask. I did, Shayla. She pauses. It's one of the strongest, most insightful pieces of reporting I've read. You have a gift. I'm beaming. I sink down to conceal it, though. I've always been uncomfortable accepting compliments. Thank you so much, Miss Thompson. Pamela, and thank you. It was a pleasure to read. Her voice becomes a whisper. Some of these reports, God, they're so dry. She returns to normal volume. Loud. You drew out how the kids were feeling, their thought process, how they realized it was wrong, and ways to brainstorm impulse control. They arrived at these things on their own. You just guided them. My heart glows. The most important thing in counseling is empathy and compassion. You have enough for a whole department. That means the world, Miss Thompson. Pamela, I've always related to kids, especially ones who don't have the easiest time. I can tell, Shayla, she says. So I wanted to tell you, you did an amazing job. I'm big on feedback, good and bad. Same here. Thank you again, Pamela. And how was your first day, now that it's almost over? Probably the best first day I've ever had as a counselor or student. Everyone here is so supportive, so nice. You, Rebecca, Heather, Principal Cross. My whole body vibrates from saying his name. I hope Pamela doesn't notice. We have a great team. I think they feel the same about you. I sure hope Avery Cross feels the same. I float out of Pamela's office. Rebecca looks over as she packs up her things. Hey, Shayla, would you want to grab a quick bite or a cocktail to get to know each other better? That sounds like heaven, Rebecca. Great. Destinos? My God, wood-fired pizza. Better than heaven. She gets there first and waves me over. Bruschetta and a pitcher of sangria are waiting on the table. How did you know I love appetizers and sangria, Rebecca? Just a feeling. We're a sisterhood. We gotta stick together. We clink our glasses. To sticking together. I can tell we'll be friends. So how did you get into counseling? I ask, already sipping my glass of sangria. I was a psych major in college, and I've always loved kids. I grew up in kind of a broken home. Rebecca pauses to feel me out, to see if I'm safe. I touch her hand and nod. I'm sorry you went through that, I say. And it made you want to help others? Yes, exactly. You're so intuitive, Shayla. It's no wonder why you gravitated to counseling, too. I change the subject before she asks about my childhood. Give me the real scoop. Is everything at Holly Brooke's as perfect as it seems? And by Holly Brooks, I mean Avery Cross. Pretty much. We have a great staff. Super supportive. Pamela is incredible. And Avery Cross is the best principal I've worked for. He seems to like you a lot, too. He's a good person to have on your side. On my side, or in my bed. Or on top of me, whichever. The meal passes by too quickly, and when we say our goodbyes, I feel like I've found a kindred spirit. If I'd imagined the perfect first day, it couldn't compare to this one. I practically float back to my apartment, lost in daydreams of what my life will look like now that I'm part of such a wonderful team, when I see the sign slashed across my apartment building, ripping my heart in two. Sold. No, this is not happening. My landlady is outside my unit, putting up signs. Maria, the building was sold? I didn't know it was for sale? Yeah, a big building like this was getting to be too much for us. Our financial advisor said now was the time to sell. Well, my financial advisor, says now is a bad time to have nowhere to live. When did this happen? Yesterday? We thought we'd have more time to tell the tenants, but it sold immediately. There's no way you'd reconsider? I'm sorry, honey. The papers are signed. There's no undoing it. Condos are going up. That's a shame, I tell her. I think for a moment. So, wait, how long do I have? Your lease ends next month, so a little over 30 days. Not so bad, right? You have family nearby, just in case. I don't. Maria gives me a sympathetic look, but says nothing else, hustling off to continue posting signs. And I'm left standing there as my world falls apart. Within the span of 15 minutes, this day went from one of the best of my life to one of the worst. Where will I live? What will I do? For now, I'm going to bed. I'll deal with it tomorrow.
Chapter 4, Avery. And with that, I think it's a good time to conclude our meeting. The plain, monotonous voice drones over the speaker of my landline. A few other voices chime in, all in agreement over our school plans. Sounds good, I'll talk to you all soon. I sit up from my reclined position, giving the back of my chair a rest as everyone says their goodbyes. After a few bouts of idle chit-chat, the conference call ends. I put the phone back in its place, wasting no time in grabbing my suit jacket and suitcase. God, that meeting was long. Looking out the window, I can tell it's almost sunset. The school is empty except for a few teachers finishing up their planning. Just as I'm about to leave my office, 2 sets of steps walk closer to my door, accompanied by the voices of my guidance counselors. I hesitate, my hand outstretched to the door as their conversation comes into focus. She just said that. Rebecca sounds astounded. Yep. Shayla's tone is less than happy, a clear dissonance from Miss Peters' excitement. What are you going to do? I don't hear Shayla respond, but their footsteps start to get quieter as the sound of both front doors opening covers the end of their speech. Even from the small tidbit I heard, my interest in her is growing exponentially. What were they talking about? Ideas circle around my mind as I finally leave my office, heading out in the same direction. Pushing the heavy front door, I walk out into the parking lot. It's clear the 2 before me are already long gone, so I slow my pace. I don't even know what I was rushing for. Was it to get in some small talk with Miss Davis? Pulling my phone out of my slacks, I scroll through the notifications from today. An email catches my attention. It's from the adoption agency. I tap on it before unlocking my phone with my passcode. Skimming through the beginning pleasantries, my eyes fall on the 5 words I want to read the least. Your application has been rejected. Without another thought, I close my phone. My mood drops significantly, and I feel my feet trudging along to my car. Of course, I think bitterly. I shove my phone into the car holder on my dash and start the ignition. Right now, I just want to get home and forget the itch in the back of my mind, telling me I'm never going to get accepted. I plug my phone in and start pulling out of the parking lot. As I turn to face the exit, my phone lights up, and the speakers start to play the notification. Message from Aaron Sanders. Would you like me to play it? The robotic chime of the AI asks. I check my mirrors before driving out of the parking lot. Yes. The voice picks up again. Okay, at 4:40 p.m. Hey man, want to get drinks at Oscar's? It's been a while. Would you like to respond? Right now, Oscar's doesn't sound like such a bad idea. Yes. Okay, what do you want to respond with? I tap my thumbs against the steering wheel, thinking for a moment. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll meet you there in an hour and a half. Just got out of work. I pause for a moment, glancing over to make sure it picked up all of that. Send. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Feeling a lot better after getting a hot shower and changing out of my school clothes, I casually play with the cuffs on my shirt. A large, glowing sign slowly gets closer as I walk up the steps to one of Philly's classic bars. Oscar's Tavern. It's been here a hell of a lot longer than I have and always serves a great drink. Aaron and I always meet here when he's not touring during the season. It's become a great spot for us to talk and for him to check out all the hotties. He's already waiting for me at our regular table when I walk in. I walk up, and he stands to dab me up. What's good, man? It's been a minute. He lightly smacks my back before we both take our seats. Honestly, not much. Still trying to get that adoption and run a school at the same time. I chuckle and Aaron nods. Fair enough. Your life seems even busier than mine now, and your job is way more lauky. He chuckles, picking up the drink he must have gotten before I showed up. For real. Honestly, I had an easier time shooting threes than trying to convince these places I'll be a good father. I motion for a beer from the bartender, and she nods. I recognize her as a familiar face that works here often. Have they told you what the issue is? He asks, his tone softening and growing more serious. I shrug lightly, crossing my arms and leaning back against the chair. I don't think they trust that I'll be a good father after my career partying, and I'm applying as a single parent, which makes it even harder. The waitress walks over with a beer and 2 shot glasses with dark liquor in them. As she leaves, she casts a wink my way. We both pick up our glasses and smell them. It's clearly whiskey. After a brief cheers, we down them. It burns in the best way. I feel my throat and chest heat up immediately, fresh liquor coursing through my veins. Why don't you just bag a wife to get through the adoption process? He asks, and I don't have an answer. He has a great point. If I convince someone to pose as my fiancé, then the agencies will think I've settled down. Aaron explains this exactly as I'm thinking it, and already my back is a bit straighter. You're right, but who could I get to do that? I ask aloud, even though my brain is already thinking of someone. Shayla. She's gorgeous, smart, and sweet. We'd make a perfect pairing. But how do I convince her to pose as my fiancé? Would she even agree to it?
Chapter 5. Shayla. Man, my dashboard really needs to be dusted. I swipe a line across the side closest to me and rub it between my fingers. I come to a slow stop, a red light slowing down all the traffic. At least my route is starting to become familiar. A nice drive through a few pretty neighborhoods to arrive back at my apartment. The apartment you can't keep. I forcefully shove that thought aside as the light turns green. Reaching over to my console, I turn up the radio, hoping it can quell the building anxiety in my stomach. Flicking my blinker on, I slow down to turn onto a side street. That's when I see a backpack I recognize. It's Jay Benson. What is he doing walking by himself? The bus should have taken him home. Before I can pass him, I pull over, slowly coming to a stop just behind him. James Benson, I call out my rolled down window. I see him turn and look around for the source of the sound. When his eyes finally land on me, he walks over with a confused look on his face. Hey, do you want a ride? I ask, trying to put a caring smile on. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, he's already shaking his head. "No, thank you, Miss Davis." He backs up to start walking again. I exclaim, a little louder than I intend. "Wait," he stops in his tracks. "Please, it would make me feel a lot better to get you home safely." I can see him contemplating, but finally he nods. A meek noise of agreement comes out of his mouth as he walks around to my passenger side. With a click of a button, I unlock the door. He pulls it open, watching for any cars. I make sure the door is closed properly and his seatbelt is on before I start to drive. "Why are you walking at this hour? Did you miss your bus?" My eyes flick between the young boy and the road. I don't ride the bus because of the bullies," he mumbles, his hands fidgeting with a string in his lap. I nod to myself, taking note of his answer, and decide to change the subject. "What do your parents do? Can't you ask them to pick you up from school?" He only shrugs, his gaze set out the window and facing away from me. I let out a small sigh, the whole situation rubbing me the wrong way. Our conversation stays quiet the rest of the way. In my mind, I'm already thinking about how to approach this at school tomorrow. We'll need to have a few counseling sessions, see if we can't figure out who these bullies are, and make it safe for him to ride the bus again. It's not long before we get to his apartment building. I had been watching as we drove into a less than desirable part of town, but I wasn't expecting this. When he points to which building is his, it takes an astounding amount of self-restraint to not show how I feel. It doesn't look safe for anyone to live in, much less for a young child to walk around alone. As soon as I park, James is already undoing his seatbelt and making a run for it. I roll up my window, and my first instinct is to follow him in. Something isn't right here. I can't get rid of the pit in my stomach as he opens the car door and starts to run away. I take off my own seatbelt, turn off the engine, and get out of the car. He's already halfway up the walk as I'm locking my car and starting to jog after him. We make it to the entrance at the same time, and I catch the door behind him as he makes his way to his apartment. I hear the jingling of keys as he pulls them out of his pocket and unlocks the door. I catch the door in my hands, stopping him from closing it on me as I step into the doorway. The sight makes me appalled. From just what I can see, the apartment is in shambles. There's a young girl, about 5 or 6, sitting in the living room alone. Her hair is a mess, and her clothes look dirty. Shifting my gaze from the girl to James, his eyes are welling up in tears. "Please don't call CPS. I'm doing the best I can." I feel my knees want to buckle, and I crouch down to his level to save my wobbly legs and ask him a soft question. "Jay, what do you mean?" I ask carefully. I want him to be open and honest with me. Getting upset is only going to hinder that. "Our mom left. I swear, I'm trying my best to take care of my sister." Tears are starting to fall now, and I almost feel like crying myself. The little girl sees our interaction, and she stands up, bringing a tattered doll with her as she walks up to James. She hides behind her brother, but peeks around him to see me. I give her a gentle smile, holding out my hands for her to take. I am honestly taken aback. I had no idea this was going on with James, much less that it was this severe. The only thought on my mind is to wonder just how long their mom has been gone. They look disheveled, but are clean overall. I can't even imagine how bad it would be if they got separated by foster care. The girl peers up at me, a blend of fear and curiosity in her eyes. "What's your name?" I ask. My voice is quiet, not wanting to startle her. She looks up at James and he nods toward me. Her big eyes land back on mine, and her voice is so quiet I have to strain to hear it. "Kelsey," she mumbles, slowly reaching out from behind her brother and taking my hand. I squeeze it gently and look between the two kids. "It's nice to meet you, Kelsey. If you'd let me, I'd like to take care of you both."
Chapter 6. Avery. Ever since my conversation with Erin, the thought of her being my fiancée has been in my mind, nagging me to try to get closer to her. I can't just ask a stranger to be my fiancée. As sweet and caring as she is, I doubt she would just keel over and agree. Our infrequent small talk in the office grows increasingly as the week goes on. On Monday, we still feel like professional strangers. By the end of the week, we progress to social meetings in the cafeteria, talking about human behavior over a cup of coffee. Look, all I'm saying is that if you give someone an ultimatum, it's not proven that they're going to make the right decision. Shayla's smile is beaming. She gives me a challenging look as if I'm supposed to fight her on this. I open my mouth for a second and I watch her lean in to hear whatever I'm about to say. There's nothing. I don't have a single thought that can argue her point. She's come with facts and references to studies I've never even looked at. Then the thought hits me. She prepared for this. My prolonged silence must be amusing to her because the longer I stay quiet, the more she laughs. Shaking my head slightly, I take a long sip of my coffee. Setting my cup down, I see her watching me curiously. Did you look this up last night? Her proud smirk morphs into a wide-eyed face full of surprise, caught like a deer in the headlights. I chuckle and she drops her gaze from mine. Is that bad? She sounds moderately embarrassed, and for a moment I'm worried I've pushed her back into her shell. No, I like that you're resourceful, I answer honestly, and she springs back to life just like that. From that day forward, we both come to breakfast prepared. With one topic or another, we do a little research in our free time and talk about the psychology behind, well, everything. In our short amount of time, she's come far from being withdrawn around me. We run into each other often, as if we're each gravitating together. Staring down at these papers, my mind is focused on anything but them. This morning's conversation was riveting. If it wasn't for my demanding schedule, I would have stayed right until the morning bell. I'm almost grateful when a distraction presents itself in the form of Caroline. "Good morning, Mr. Cross," she chimes, her hands full of the same papers. I extend the same greeting and invite her to sit with me. She takes her seat on the other side of my desk. Splaying her papers out, it's easy to see that they're the same ones in front of me. I had some thoughts about the curriculum. She slides a notepad out from under her stack and grabs a pen from my desk. Great, let's go over them. I grab my own pen and prepare to take whatever notes she has. Well, I was thinking about adding an extra section for the history class, about the natives that lived here before we settled the land. I murmur to myself, scribbling it down by the history section. All right, what else? She's quick to speak again, this time sounding more full of life. What about a pop culture art week? They can learn about different types of media through art. Then, at the end of the week, we can have them make a stop-motion film for our next assembly. That's a great idea. I write that down as well, adding a few underlines. I see Caroline smile, and I can tell that was the one she was most banking on. The rest of our conversation goes over just as easily, but I can't stop from my mind wandering back to Shayla. I wonder what she's doing. I don't see Shayla again until the afternoon. Just around the time I finally stop thinking about her, she appears in my doorway. Her soft, kind smile has an edge of hesitation as she holds up a few papers. Am I bothering you? I came to send some reports from a few kids I saw today, and the ladies told me to just come in. She drops the papers to waist level, fiddling with them in her hands. I'm quick to close my laptop, the Word document in the middle of saving. I'm going to regret that later. Our eyes meet, and I'm filled with enthusiasm. The muscles on my face naturally start to smile, and I just feel so much more interested in work. Why does she do this to me? Before I seem like a silent psychopath, I beckon her into my office. No. I was just editing the curriculum. Come in. Anything to note from today? I stand, and she hurries into the room. Her heels click along the floor, filling the room with their rhythmic sound. She hands me the guidance office reports, and I flip them around in my hands to take a look. We both sit down, and she shakes her head. Nothing unusual. A few kids were mentioning a group of boys that seemed to be a more consistent issue among the ninth graders. I skimmed through all the pages before setting them down on my desk. "What do you think we should do about them?" I asked, eager to look back up at her. "Well, with your permission, I'd like to call them in for a counseling meeting. One by one, of course. And then if issues persist, we can try one. Together." She offers the solution, and as usual, I'm resigned to heeding her words. "Perfect. We'll have them come in tomorrow. The day is almost over." She nods, and before she gets up, I clear my throat. Actually, I had one more thing." She stops and settles back into her seat. Her gaze is curious, and I get a smooth smile on my face. "What should tomorrow's topic be?"
Chapter 7. Shayla. I am in the middle of my usual hurry-up-and-leave routine this morning, only now I also have to urge 2 children to hurry as well. "Kelsey, get your backpack. We're going to be late." I warn her to get ready to leave for school. I see her running to the dining room with her backpack. I grab her and pick her up. Since I already have my purse with me, I grab my keys and get us out the door. Woo! Jay is already dressed in his uniform and buckled into his seat. Woo! "Okay, you two. We're in the car and we'll be at school on time." I push the key into the ignition and start my car. Before leaving, I take a few calming breaths to help me settle. I started taking Jay and Kelsey to school a few weeks ago. They are, for now, living with me. After seeing Jay and Kelsey living alone, and Jay trying to take care of himself and his sister, I acted. They should never have been left alone like that. I am glad I made this decision. Both kids are wonderful, very loving and sweet. I have become fond of them. They are both bright children, even if they have seen and experienced things no child should ever go through. We get to school. Before I shut the engine off, I dismiss the kids with a few reminders. "Okay, both of you. Listen to your teachers and attend to what they are teaching you. Eat your lunches, have lots of fun, and I'll be taking you home after school." "Thanks, Shayla." Kelsey shouts this out with a huge grin on her little face. She giggles. I smile at her and Jay. "Okay, Jay, go ahead to your classroom, and I'll meet you here after school. Kelsey, young lady, come with me, girl." I am so happy that these 2 children are living with me for the time being. For being only 14, Jay is so responsible. He really tried to take care of Kelsey and himself. Every time I think about these children needing their mother and not having her, I get hot under the collar. Literally. I draw in a deep breath and remind myself to calm down. Jay looks at me with his eyes slightly narrowed. "You okay, Shayla?" "Why, I'm fine." "You looked really mad there a few minutes ago." "Oh, just thinking about something. It'll all settle as it's intended to." I reach back and ruffle Jay's hair. We all get out of my car. I lock it securely, make sure the kids have everything they need, and take Kelsey to her classroom in the elementary building. I speak to her teacher for a few minutes, making sure that Kelsey is ready for her day. "See ya?" I hurry to my office and start reviewing student files. I need to familiarize myself with who they are and what their needs are. I've met some of them since starting, but there is still a lot to catch up on. When the words on the page start to swim together, I decide I need a break. I grab my travel mug of coffee and freshen it. Then I decide to walk around the school, stretching my legs. I push open the door and step outside for some fresh air, taking a quick walk around the campus. Close to the basketball court, I hear screaming students. I look over at the source of the noise to see Mr. Cross playing with the varsity basketball players. He leaves the court during the timeout, loosening his tie. Ooh, yummy! At the end of the break, he goes back into the game. I walk over to the students to watch the game, overhearing someone say that he used to play for the NBA. Wow, really? I guess it explains why he's so good. Oops. He notices me looking at him. He waves his hand at me. I get nervous and hightail it out of there, my heart pounding. He is way too handsome for me.
Chapter 8. Avery. My mind keeps going around and around like a mad hamster on a wheel as I pull into the school parking lot. Why can't I adopt as a single man? It's discrimination. Yes, I know I earned the Playboy title, but I'm done with all of that now and I want to be a parent. I'm distracted from my pensive thoughts when I see Jay Benson getting out of Shayla's car. What's all that about? Why did she have Jay in her car? What's their relationship? I want to go up to Shayla and question her, but then I think better of it. It isn't that I don't trust her. For all I know, she's their aunt or something. Still, I can't help thinking I would know if that was true, and the whole thing is curious. But I don't want to come across as suspicious or accusatory. I shrug it off, feeling slightly out of sorts. I go into the school and straight to my office. Maybe a cup of hot coffee might help. I head to the teacher's lounge, where I find the big coffee pot bubbling, making fresh coffee. I notice someone brought in a tray of fruit and danishes. Cool. Is it someone's birthday? No, I brought it in just because. Mrs. Collins replies, "Be my guest." I think I will. This just improved my day by about 50%. Thanks. I take a green apple and a slice of Danish. I chew on my food as I wait for the coffee to finish, then pour a cup. I pour creamer in and go back to my office, loaded down. Maybe I'll have time to talk to Shayla sometime today. But as luck would have it, my day is hectic. By noon, my stomach is doing more than growling. If this afternoon is anything like my morning was, I'll talk to Shayla tomorrow. I promise myself that. As it turns out, my decision is the right one. I barely have time to take a breath, let alone pull a counselor aside. The day starts with demands and doesn't stop. "Mr. Cross, a parent wants to speak with you. She's here and didn't want to wait to make an appointment." I squeeze the bridge of my nose between my fingers. Then I run my fingers through my short hair. Bring them back. A few minutes later, Annette brings the parent of a freshman in. Looking at her, the parent is not happy. I stand. "How may I help you?" "I'm Mrs. Winston, Ben's mother. He's been trying to get into the choir club, but can't get in. I'm tired of him coming home, angry, sad, and disappointed. I want you to get him in." Mrs. Winston nods her head sharply when she finishes speaking. "I would need to speak to the choir director first. Has Ben told you why he hasn't been allowed in?" "No." I lift the phone and call the choir room. When the teacher answers, I tell her what Mrs. Winston told me. "Ben Winston? His name doesn't sound familiar. I put out notices when we're holding vocal auditions. They take place twice in a school year. At the beginning and end of the academic year, students can't just add my class to their schedules." I sigh, feeling the beginnings of a headache. "Miss Cullen, I'm putting you on speaker. If you would repeat that for us, please." "Sure. Students get into the school choir only by auditioning and being accepted. I schedule auditions twice during the school year, in September and in April. And I don't remember a Ben Winston auditioning. I would have to check my sign-up sheets." My patience is unraveling fast. Struggling to hold on to the last tiny shreds, I ask Mrs. Winston if she wants me to call Ben to my office. "Oh, well, no, that won't be." "I'm calling him. Thank you, Miss Cullen." I hold down the PA button and page Ben to my office. Less than 10 minutes later, a tall, chubby student knocks at my door. "Mr. Cross?" "Mom!" "What are you doing here?" Mrs. Winston keeps her gaze aimed at the floor. Now that I have an idea of what is happening, I start speaking. "Ben, have you ever tried to join the choir here?" "No, I can't sing." He swings his gaze to his mother, who is, by now, bright red. "Have you heard about the requirement that students who want to be in the choir have to audition for a spot?" "Yes. Mr. Cross, my mom has been bugging me since I started coming here. She wants me in the choir in the worst way, and I have told her time and again that I am not interested. I want to join marching band." Do you have any musical experience? Only a little on the drums. Okay. I send a warning look to poor Ben's mother. Mrs. Winston, if Ben can't sing, he wouldn't make it through the auditions. It doesn't sound like he's particularly concerned about the loss either. Ben, when it's time to choose your classes for next year, put beginning band on your sheet. Understand? Ben nods eagerly. Yes, sir. Can I get back to class? We're doing experiments. Go right ahead. Once Ben has left, I look at his mother again. Mrs. Winston, you can't force your son or the teachers to accept your son into a class or activity if he doesn't want to be in it. He's 14 now. He's ready to start making these types of decisions. Are we clear? Yes. A chastened, red-faced Mrs. Winston leaves my office. I blow out a long, frustrated breath and look at my watch. Oh, hell. Still 2 hours? I get up, shut my door, and call the front office. Annette, I can't take any more calls. I have to get some real work done. My voice trails off. Oh, yes. Mrs. Winston has pulled this with her oldest child as well. Finally, this too-long day grinds to an end. As I leave, I wonder again about Shayla's relationship to James Benson. I resolve to ask her tomorrow.
Chapter 9. Shayla. Another round of weekly reports due means I get to take stock of the students who visited the guidance office during that time. All of my kids are so special to me, and helping them is what I love to do. Seeing a smile on their faces after a tough time means the world to me. Connecting with a student I have not met before brightens my day. Judging by the feedback I get from my students, they care for me just as much. I look up from my reports to see Rebecca dash before my desk. Mr. Cross is looking for you, she says. Her voice is practically a chirp, like she is a love-struck teenager or a hopeless romantic. I hate when she gets like this. It's so embarrassing for both of us, only she doesn't seem to get that. She fans her hand in front of her face, perspiration dotting her hairline. Girl, chill, I say, pushing myself up from my desk. I give her a look that hopefully conveys my thoughts, then scooch past her even as the nerves surge through me. What does Avery want to see me about? Did I slack off with the last report I submitted? He is so particular about things that concern the school. Even though he means well, he can be intimidating enough to make my knees wobble. That's not the only thing that makes my knees wobble, though. As I walk to his office, he leans against the wall like a male model in a photo shot. His handsomeness astounds me every time. How can someone be so attractive? I do not understand how his secretary can get any work done with that face around. Miss Davis, hi. Hi, Mr. Cross. The butterflies in my stomach flutter violently. Come on in. He motions into his office, but I continue to stand outside. What does he want with me? Is it just about reports? Or is it something more serious? Suddenly, the horrible fear of losing my job rears its head. The other teachers and the kids here love me enough that I know I am stable in my position from a necessity point of view. But what if the school has to go through another round of budget cuts? My head might be the first on the chopping block. Black characters always die first in horror films. They wouldn't hire me if they didn't have the budget for the year at least. Right? Don't be nervous. You're not in trouble. He gives me a considerate smile and I return it. When he turns around and enters the room, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. He motions to the chairs in front of his desk, and I take one. They are the scratchy, tough kind, and I cannot imagine any student brought here to speak to him would feel comfortable. I make sure the chairs in my office are comfortable enough that my students feel at ease. Should I raise it with him? Maybe that is the point of them. Students who are sent here are usually in trouble after all. I notice that Vice Principal Caroline is not around. Why would that be? While this conversation could go any number of ways, I take a deep breath and remain calm. I am secure in my job, my relationships, and my work ethic. They have no reason to fire me. I open my mouth to launch into a spiel about my results this quarter before he talks first. Yesterday, I saw you and James Benson. My stomach drops at his statement. Whatever nerves I had turn into stabs of fear. He got out of your car, Miss Davis. My thoughts race, a billion words on the edge of my tongue, warring to come out first. How much does he know? As far as I know, James Benson isn't related to you. I nod and fidget in my seat. What else am I supposed to do? He wants answers I cannot give him, not without betraying Jay and Kelsey's trust. They depend on me now, since I have appointed myself their guardian. They need help, and at present, I am the one to give them what they need. What's your relationship with Jay? I try not to fidget anymore and give myself away. How can I keep a secret this big from my own boss and Jay's principal? And if it does get out, is there some way that I can convince Avery not to fire me or call CPS? The truth is, I have not always wanted kids, maybe not until I met Jay and Kelsey. I always put my career first, with a few unfortunate relationships along the way, to get where I am today. I love my job, and I love the students I meet, but they have never been in the cards for me. Maybe this is my wake-up call. Maybe this is the push I need to see if I'm ready to be a mom. But Jay and Kelsey already have a mom. She might be gone, but she can never be replaced. I would be a poor replacement at that. As much as I would love to adopt them if it comes to that, I need to focus on what is best for them. I cannot do that if Avery calls CPS on me. Jay and Kelsey deserve more than what they have been given, and it is not their fault that they are in this situation. I should tell Avery what exactly is going on, but the words are stuck in my throat. I try to weigh up my options here, but it comes out plain as day. If I tell him, I might lose my job and my reputation. If I don't tell him, I definitely will. There is only one thing I can do.
Chapter 10. Avery. The air in the room has become thick. While my curiosity has been piqued by seeing a student exiting her car, I don't want Shayla to feel like she is under interrogation. Causing her to squirm in this manner was not my intention. I reach my hand towards her and soften my face. Miss Davis, I want to be clear. I only want the truth. Please tell me why I had seen James getting out of your car. She shifts in her chair and opens her mouth for a moment. She is still clearly uncomfortable. I entwine my fingers on the desk in front of me, waiting patiently. She swallows hard, continuing to pinch the palm of her hand. I was headed home and spotted Jay on his way home from school a few weeks ago. I asked him if he had missed the bus seeing as he was walking down the street, but the child said he fears riding the bus with bullies. She looks down at the desk, avoiding my gaze. He allowed me to give him a ride, but he was very on edge and didn't want to answer any questions about his home life. He directed me to a small apartment complex but tried to run off and disappear after leaving the car. Fidgeting in the chair again, she rubs the back of her neck. When I followed him, I discovered he lived alone with his 6-year-old sister. The living situation was horrible, and the little girl was all alone in the run-down apartment, looking frightened and half-starved. "Where's the mother?" I inquire, trying hard not to narrow my eyes as I work out the information in my head. Their mother left them. I have no idea how long they were alone. I couldn't just stand there and let a child bears the hardship alone. Mr. Cross. When we're alone, please call me Avery, I interrupt, making Shayla look away. The sight of her brown skin tinged with warmth is breathtaking, and I want to reach out and touch those bright, squared-off cheeks. All right, Avery. She fumbles with her words. I decided they needed to be cared for and took it upon myself to help. They are really great kids, and She's somehow even cuter when she becomes nervous. I hope my reassurance that I do not fault her in any way makes her more comfortable, though it is hard to tell. Her lip is trembling as she speaks, an endearing quality showing her passion. I hold up my hand to stop her, trying to get a read on the situation. There is clearly some internal turmoil she is struggling with. She's fidgeting and looks more uncomfortable than when she walked in here. I stand up and smile, hoping to put this angel at ease if at all possible. Even in her worried state, she's still a vision of beauty in her well-fitted black pencil skirt and emerald blouse. I walk around the front of my desk and lean against it, crossing my arms. Pointedly, I look her in the eyes. Her immaculate makeup emphasizes the depth of her beautiful eyes. I could look into those pools of chocolate all day. "You are a wonderfully kind woman to have taken this burden on yourself," I remark. "Those kids are lucky to have you. Might I ask why you didn't call Child Protective Services?" She averts her eyes, and I can sense there is a deep reason behind the silence. What I wouldn't do to read her mind, help ease whatever is troubling her. They would end up in foster care and likely be separated. That's not fair to them. She pauses. The foster system isn't fair to anyone. Her voice fades out at that last point. I nod, despite her gaze being turned away. Suddenly her eyes turn back to me, and they have a sudden desperate ferocity. "I want to make sure the kids are okay, but I'm not in the position to do it. Not on my own, at least. I'm worried about their welfare, but I have too much debt to pay, and I make too little to provide a good home for them. On top of that, I still haven't found somewhere else to live." The admission of her last sentence sends her eyes to the floor again, and she is biting her lip. She is clearly feeling ashamed of her circumstances and doesn't want to admit her financial troubles to her boss. She is taking on extra burdens she cannot afford, living off a meager budget from a high school counseling position. She has nothing and no one. My heart goes out to her. This strong and vibrant woman looks to be on the edge of tears. She had taken in these two kids at her own expense, simply because it was the right thing to do. Because they needed someone to step up. My heart skips a beat at the simple kindness in this young woman, who clearly packed her own feelings down deep to be the most effective at her job. She put everything on the line for these kids just to give them a better life. I am in awe of her. "You are a generous woman, Miss Davis. That is a very respectable thing you did." Her soulful brown eyes are full of questioning. Fear shadows her face. "Are you going to call CPS?" "No." She raises an eyebrow at me. "Are you going to fire me?" "No, I am not." Her head tilts to the side. My previous hope for her to become my fake fiancé seems to be in the realm of possibility now, provided she doesn't think I am crazy. All she has to do is agree with my crazy idea. On the contrary, I may very well be able to help you. She opens her mouth, but nothing comes out. She frowns instead. A smile expands across my face. "Miss Davis, I have an offer for you."
Chapter 11. Shayla. I must not have heard him properly. A second ago, I thought he was going to call CPS on me. Now he wants to offer me something? An offer? I stutter out. He nods his head enthusiastically. As he gets to his point, he becomes more and more enthusiastic, as though he has been planning this for a while. You see, I've been trying to adopt a child, but the adoption agency has been turning my requests down. I'd love to take James and his sister, but I don't think I can adopt them. The revelation shocks me. I did not think he was the parenting type. He has surprised me so much in the short while I have known him. I guess I do not really know who he is, but I am getting an idea just from this conversation. I'm probably out of bounds to ask this, but why does the agency continually turn down your request, Mr. Avery? As nervous as it makes me to ask him this, at least I have my fidgeting under control. He is an enigma to me, and I cannot wait to hear what he has to say. Getting him to talk is like opening a pirate's treasure chest. I simply cannot fathom what I am going to find. Avery sighs and leans back in his chair, a contemplative look crossing his expression. You won't know this, but I had a reputation back in the day. I partied too hard, drank too much, did too many, my party boy reputation still shadows me and influences their decision. As such, I require someone to serve as my fiancé. A man who can't be trusted with a wife cannot be trusted with a child, I suppose. I am surprised into silence. Avery, are you asking me to marry you? He laughs. No, sorry, no. Only on paper. We'll have a drawn-up engagement, and I'll cover the cost of everyone's expenses. Shock after shock. I guess I do not know him at all, but I would like to. And serving as his fiancé, getting the benefits of pretending to be in a relationship with him without all the hassle of upkeeping something romantic at a time like this. It sounds too good to be true, but I want it to be. What would I have to do? Something that sounds too good to be true usually is, and I gave up on believing in white saviors a long time ago. You'll move into my house too, to avoid suspicion. Don't worry, you won't be indebted to me. I'll lend you some money to get your affairs in order. Cover your debts, that kind of thing. You can pay me back once you have enough resources. I nod. That's fair. It still seems like something out of a fairy tale or a horror movie, more than something that would happen in real life. Am I really going to do something like this? I will need time to decide, and if I am honest, time to wrap my head around a new way of life with not just kids, but also a husband. Pretend though it may be. Sounds reasonable. I'll come back here tomorrow once I've decided. Unless there's something you want to say to sweeten the pot. His eyebrows shoot up. Good. I have surprised him once. That makes one for me, a dozen for him. I make a mean spinach omelet. The joke dissipates the tension in the room. That does make me want to say yes, I say. He laughs. If you agree, I'll give you time to consider the terms of agreement in our contract. I'll definitely need to look over that contract. Who knows what could be in there? Frankenstein's monster. I'm definitely down for creating some magic. I leave in good spirits and head back to my office. I have a lot more paperwork to do, and as I sift through files of students with way too much on their plates, I realize that I have a lot on my plate too. 2 kids to take care of, and now a pretend marriage proposal. But if I took up the pretend marriage proposal, that would mean I could let someone else help me take care of the kids. And there is the other thing. I would be living with Avery in his house. It is impossible to deny my attraction to him. If he is willing to metaphorically jump into bed with me, then he must see something in me he likes as well. We are intellectual equals, passionate about education, and we are also very attractive people. We could optimize our joint sleigh and be attractive together. Suddenly, the room is too warm, and I have to turn the air on. I keep going through the files, but my mind is so distracted I give up after about 10 minutes and let it run free. It fills with thoughts of my and Avery's life, together with Jay and Kelsey. What would that be like? Waking up every day in a big house, having enough for all of us to eat breakfast, and driving to school all in one car, it would be bliss. But can I really afford to think like that? Surely it would not be all smiles and kittens. There would have to be some catch, right? Is Principal Avery Cross really as soulful and amazing as he seems? Or is there some part of himself he wants to hide from everyone? Judging from the things the teachers, especially the female ones, say, he is one of a kind. Honestly, I am a good judge of character. I have to be in my line of work. All of these questions do not hold a candle to the thoughtful, caring man I saw in that room. He really does care. He cares about the kids. He cares about what people think of him, and he cares about making other people happy. He would be a dream to marry, and I have the chance to, at least the ghost of a chance.
Chapter 12. Avery. I have no idea what Shayla is going to say. My heart is on the line when she returns the following day. She looks effortlessly gorgeous, but I remain as professional as I can. I cannot make her uncomfortable at such a precarious time when I desperately need her to say yes. Let's talk about the conditions, she says. I am so enamored by her speech. She gets down to business right away, and I cannot help but admire that. I never like to beat around the bush, and she and I seem to share that in common. It's better if few people know about our relationship. Less prying and attention, that sort of thing. I nod my head in agreement. I don't want anyone prying into our relationship either. I have no objections to any of your other terms, she says succinctly. She speaks so confidently that my interest is piqued in all kinds of ways. She's cautious and down to earth, which is how I know she has given it as much thought as she can. I feel my stomach squirm a little, as though I have had bad sushi. What could I be nervous about? I'm getting what I want. Please don't worry about the official contract. My friend Aaron already has someone working on it, and it will be ready for our signatures after 2 business days. Then you can take all the time you need to look over it. She nods and sits back in her chair, a slight smile on her face. This will be good for the kids. If I didn't work in my field, I would say I can't believe that their mother ran off like that. Even though I've seen it before, it still hurts. A slight smile tugs at my lips, too. You're very kind and giving, did you know that? Shayla nods again. She is so sure of herself that it is hard not to respect and admire her. You have to be in this line of work, but you also have to be hardened to the realities of the world. If you're too kind or too soft, the work will cause you great mental distress. I've seen so many well-meaning psychologists and counselors get consumed by their work. It causes burnout, breakdowns, and worse. I nod, following along perfectly. I cannot imagine the kinds of things a trauma psychologist would see on a daily basis, the stories told. Well, you must hear some too. Being a principal of a high school, kids get sent to see you when they've made mistakes, and usually that comes as a result of trauma from their families and homes. I've seen many students, particularly teenagers, go down the wrong path, not because of choices they've made, but because of their circumstances. Shayla waves her hand. I'm sorry, this is a very intense topic. I should get back to lunch. No, please. Stay. We'll have lunch together. I'll order you an extra sandwich. There's a great little place down the street that does hoagies. This time, her smile grows wider. Sounds good. I call in my assistant to grab us 2 hoagies from down the street, and we settle into a comfortable rapport. I did not imagine that Shayla would be so easy to talk to, but that is my own failing. Some of the past counselors at the school, especially the one just before her, were not up to snuff. Some of them clock in, barely do any work, and clock out again as though it is just another office job. I tell her this, and she sighs. Unfortunately, I've met many counselors and guidance officers in my time who are only in it for the holidays. They aren't willing to put in the extra effort it takes to succeed at this job. They just see it as an easy paycheck. As a result, many students suffer. I gaze at her as she speaks, utterly caught by how well-spoken and assured she is. She knows her stuff. She knows what she is about. And best of all, she knows how to do her job. She is everything I could have asked for in a guidance counselor. I am desperate to know more about her and probe her with questions. What is your favorite thing about being a guidance counselor? My assistant comes into my office with lunch. Her face immediately lights up at the question as I hand her one of the hoagies. Oh, definitely the students. They are so funny and interesting. A conversation with them can split off into so many different directions. I never know what any of them are going to say, and they are always a delight. Even the mean ones, I joke. Especially the mean ones. Don't worry, I know how to handle myself. A spark shines in her eye as she talks, and it is the mark of true passion. She really does love this job. Have you met Sky O'Toole? I nod my head. She's been in here a few times for fighting. I'm almost at my wit's end with her. Well, did you know she loves graffiti art? I shake my head. Is it really art? Shayla's eyes bulge and she laughs. Of course it is. Any form of self-expression that doesn't hurt other people is art. Singing is art, dancing is art, and yes, spray painting graffiti is art. Maybe you could introduce her to that blank wall by the math department, and she might calm down. I nod my head. I hadn't thought about it that way. You're opening my eyes to so much. She waves her hand again. You just need the right push. You really love your students, don't you? She looks down at her hands to cover the sweet smile on her face. Of course I do. What's not to love? That squirming feeling in my stomach comes back, but this time it is accompanied by a zeroing in on Shayla, as if she is the only important thing in the world. What's happening to me?
Chapter 13. Shayla. I have been working all day, reviewing files, and meeting with students for counseling sessions. It's almost time for the school day to end. Avery and I are supposed to sign an engagement contract today, but I don't know exactly when. So I start tidying my office as a nervous way to pass the time while I wait. I am just finishing getting everything in order when my phone rings. Good afternoon, Miss Davis here. Shayla, this is Avery. I need you in my office, please. On my way. Ooh, that voice. I love it. I walk to Avery's office, knock on the door, and announce myself. Come in. I open the door and find that Avery's office is just as messy as mine was a few minutes ago. There are the usual papers, pens, pencils, and files. I also spy a forgotten piece of fruit that has begun to wrinkle. Hi, Shayla. Let me clean this god-awful mess from my desk. When I get busy and the day doesn't stop, things pile up. I just did the same thing, only I didn't have a piece of dead fruit on my desk. Ha! I forgot about that apple. Thanks. He tosses it in the trash, where it lands with a resounding thud. Next, he shuffles papers together and sets them under a paperweight. Files also go under the paperweight. Okay, let me see here. Messenger bag? Contract? Yes, I have almost everything. Almost? He flashes a brilliant smile in my direction. You'll see. Okay, I am leery. Here's a black pen. It must be black to be legal. With a small flourish, he sets the pen next to the contract. I step behind his desk, pick the pen up, and sign where he points. I add today's date to the correct line. Avery does the same thing. Then he reaches into his pants pocket, pulls something out, and stands behind me. What is he doing? I feel something touch the skin below my neck, then hear the tiny sound of something being clasped together. Next, I reach up and touch the item. It's a necklace holding a pendant. It's a diamond ring. As he puts the necklace on me, I feel his warm breath wafting over my skin, and I shiver. The sound of laughter from his open door draws my attention. I look up to see there are a few people standing and watching us. This is going to spread through the school like lighting. I turn and look at Avery. He smiles back, and his eyes have a mischievous twinkle in them. I tilt my head. Did you plan this to happen like this? No, not really. My office is all windows on one side, so his voice trails off. Let's sit down and talk this through. He closes the door and motions the employees to get back to work. Whew. Thank you. I felt like I was on display there. I know the feeling. He sits in the chair next to me, not behind his desk. This feels more personal now. Okay, I'm going to return the contract to my lawyer, and he'll take it to the courthouse. The school day is about to end. Why don't you and I take Jay and his sister out to dinner? We can tell them what's going to be happening. I nod. That's a great idea. I'll get them home and give them a snack so they can do their homework. That way, hopefully, it'll be done when we go out to eat. How about this weekend then? We'll move the three of you into my house. I swallow. Looking into Avery's eyes, I see them glowing. What is he thinking? I nod, looking right back at Avery. That sounds good. I'll spend the next few nights packing then. My furniture is pretty old, so I'll just take those pieces to the dumpster. Avery nods. How much do the kids have? Not much. Clothing that I bought at a children's consignment shop and a few toys. That's it. Avery's eyes grow sad. Those kids have been through hell. I wonder if they were even allowed to be kids. Jay, probably not. But I think he tried to give Kelsey her space to be a little girl. She's so much more playful. She loves dolls, pink, purple, and sparkles. Jay, sports and video games. I found a game console at an electronics store that sells reconditioned gaming systems. They also sell discounted games, so I got them for him. What about basketball? We can try. Who knows? They may love it, play, and be able to get college scholarships to play basketball. It might be a long shot, but I think those kids are going to need every opportunity they can get. Lord knows they probably weren't getting many shots before now.
Chapter 14. Avery. I am so excited this morning that I wake up early. It's all because I'm eager for Shayla and the kids to move in with me. I stop in the first spare bedroom and inspect it. I want it to be perfect, a space for their very own. First, I check the blinds to see that they open easily. I push them up just in case they like lots of natural light. I run to my kitchen cabinet and grab the furniture polish, polishing cloth, window cleaner, and a roll of paper towels. Back in what's going to be the kids' room, I clean everything, making sure that no speck of dust survives. When I'm satisfied that the windowsills gleam, I tackle the windows both inside and out. There, it's perfect. I think of the request for custody of Jay and Kelsey that I sent to the state a few days ago. Actually, my lawyer sent it on my behalf. Now we wait. I'm wiping down the dusty dresser when I hear the honk of Shayla's car horn. My chest tightens with excitement. I jog outside to greet my new little family. I open the back door of the car, helping Kelsey out of her car seat. I get a huge hug from her. Jay and I give each other high fives. Who wants breakfast? Shayla, coffee? Oh yeah, Kelsey cheers and jumps. Jay, looking around with huge eyes, agrees. Shayla gives me an enthusiastic yes for the coffee. I make the coffee and give the kids apple juice. Then I make bagels and pull out an assortment of toppings. The kids eat enthusiastically. I'm happy to see that, because we're going to be busy all day long, taking things out of Shayla's car and putting it in their rooms. Then we'll move Shayla into my room. Everyone will need plenty of energy and a good breakfast. Maybe this is a good time to discuss the rules of the house, Shayla suggests as we sit around the table. This includes you, Jay and Kelsey. The kids looked at Shayla and me, eyes wide. They're pretty attentive. Good question. When you come in, wipe your feet on the outside mat. Take your shoes off and leave them on that mat next to the door. Wear slippers if you want. Help to keep the house clean because Shayla and I both work full days. Keep your room clean and picked up. I forgot to take my shoes off, Kelsey gasps. Her eyes tear up, and her lower lip trembles. I don't want to get in trouble. Sweetheart, nobody gets in trouble. We'll just remind you, okay? In our inside voices. Inside voices? Just like we're talking now, no yelling. My mommy yells all the time. She's always mad. Shayla and I look at each other. After we finish breakfast and clean the kitchen, we all head out to Shayla's car. Shayla, let me back it up into the garage. We'll lock the door and we can just empty the car from there. Excellent idea. Fewer steps. She gives her keys to me. After backing her car into my garage, we get busy unloading it and putting everything away. The kids don't have very many things, so it is easy to set their rooms up. I foresee a few trips to stores to buy clothing, more school supplies, and a few toys and games. Even though Shayla has put most of her belongings into storage, we still have quite a few things to put away. Clothing, shoes, toiletries, and even some smaller pieces of furniture. How she fit all of that in her SUV, I can only imagine. After we finish, Shayla has the kids wash their hands. We all need to eat something. Avery, do you mind if I make something for us? Sure, but I thought of pizza. The kids jump and scream. Yes, Shayla, pizza! Please? Please, please, please! Shayla looks at me and shakes her head. While the kids are hollering, she whispers to me, You did it now. We order pizza. To make up for my mistake, I mandate that the kids will drink milk. You need that at least. Shayla smiles at me. Ooh, out of the doghouse.
Chapter 15. Shayla. The gracious and caring man lying here on the bed has been a saving grace to me and those kids. From the moment I walked into Holly Brooke's, things have been getting progressively better every day. I smile to myself, looking at this beautiful creature sleeping on our shared bed. I look over the bare chest of a man who could easily be considered a Greek god. Goodness, the tingles racing through my body are almost too much to bear. I slide out of bed and make my way to the kitchen. It's amazing the resources I now have to take care of these kids, to thank this angel who took us in. I take a deep breath in and sigh it back out. A new day, a fresh start. Humming a tune to myself, I take out the eggs and sausage, then start the stove up. The smell of breakfast cooking puts me in an even better mood than when I woke up. I put on a pot of coffee and move the cooked food into the oven before heading back down the hall to wake the kids. It's like we are a little family. As if Avery knew I was walking past our shared room, he opens the door, offering me a sweet smile before stretching tall. Good morning, Shayla. I get another spark of joy from the way my name rolls off his tongue. Good morning, Avery. I return his smile and continue down the hall to open the door to the kids' room. Kelsey had ended up curled into Jay, his arm draped over her protectively. I still don't know the whole truth about what happened to these poor kids, but I am so happy that I found them and that they can be safe, protected, and cared for here. Watching them sleeping peacefully, it is tragic that I have to wake them up for school. Apparently, just opening the door allowed the smell of breakfast into the room, because Jay begins to stir. Good morning, sleepyheads, I coo. The children roll onto their backs and stretch, with sleepy smiles on their faces. Breakfast is ready. Please get up and get dressed. They nod eagerly and climb out of bed, and I shut the door behind me. I smile to myself as I make my way back out to the kitchen. Avery had taken the opportunity to set the table. 4 place settings with forks, knives, and cups. My heart has never been so full. I don't want this fairy tale to end. He is sitting at one of the place settings, holding a cup of coffee and scrolling on his phone. He glances up at me with warm eyes and a bright smile, and I have to look away. I can't deny the sensations caused just by his small attention to detail. I serve breakfast as the kids come scuttling out from the hall and pull up chairs. Thank you, Jay says. Kelsey echoes. It looks delicious, Shayla. Thank you very much. The look in Avery's eyes has me melting into a puddle. You are all very welcome. I am happy to do it. My cheeks grow hot as I sit down with my makeshift family, and everyone digs into the food. After breakfast, the kids brush their teeth, and we all pile into Avery's car to head to school. After the school day, I collect Kelsey from in front of her classroom, and we meet Jay and Avery at his car. It feels odd to be driven to and from work, but Avery's car is admittedly much nicer than my own. I think about the gigantic heart of this man yet again, who is trying to adopt a child and start a family, and who is willing to take on a couple of children he knows nothing about, to love and appreciate the sensitivity of the situation, to neglect the rules his job requires of him. He could have called Child Protective Services. He could have fired me for not reporting the situation. But instead, he chose love and protection. The evening routine has yet to be set in stone, but we managed to get the kids through their schoolwork, get dinner accomplished, and get them washed up and to bed. They are tremendously good kids, seeming to be grateful for adults who care for them. I sit down at the kitchen table with the files that Rebecca forwarded me earlier today. I barely have the chance to dig into the first one when Avery comes flying into the room. Suddenly, I am being carried by 2 disembodied arms, flying effortlessly through the air. We're that much closer to being a family. It's all thanks to you, you wonderful woman. My head is spinning as the rest of me continues soaring through space, My heart begins beating out of my chest thinking about the idea of having a family with Avery. We did it. We did it. We got through the first rounds of validation at the agency. This has never happened before, and I have you to thank for that. He spins me around one more time before he lets my feet lightly touch down to the solid ground. Only he doesn't let me go after that. He pulls me close to him, rocking me gently. I can't deny my heart is now throbbing with a passion that could not be explained. The desire to never leave this moment is overwhelming. This morning, the idea of being a family was something of wishful thinking. After all, this is only a contract, isn't it? We are barely engaged. We never had the intention of being really married. It was just for the adoption agency, just for the benefit of the kids, not for real. With the adoption process moving forward without a hitch, my dread about the future hits me like a rock. What happens when the paperwork is finalized and the kids are officially ours? Will there still be an us? The embrace that he has me in right now gives me pause. I can't tell which way this will go. My heart feels too full to imagine ever letting any of this pass me by. But what if he doesn't give me any choice?
Chapter 16. Avery. My meeting with the school board ends. It was long and tedious, and I'm more than ready to be done with it. Now, I'm going to do something more fun. I'm checking on Shayla to see how her day has been going. I go to the guidance office, where Mrs. Thompson gives me a wolf whistle as I enter. She also teases me. Now I understand why it feels like spring. A certain someone's Prince Charming is here. I look at her and just shake my head. The news of my engagement to Shayla sped through the school, so people are just watching and commenting. I raise my eyebrows and one forefinger, shaking the finger in Mrs. Thompson's direction. Then I move through the space to Shayla's office in the back. She looks up at me as I peer into the doorway and smiles. I have to smile back at her. How beautiful can she be? Want to have lunch? Yeah, sure. Let me put these away and grab my purse. Shayla reaches into her lower desk drawer, pulling out a small purse. Okay, ready. We drive to a local Mexican restaurant and order our beverages. We also order complimentary chips and salsa to start. I love the food here. It isn't too hot for me. When I come here after work, I order a small margarita. For now, she's drinking sweet tea. I'm having the same. When have you been here? I'm curious. The last time was maybe 2 months ago with some friends. I bite into a hot chile and start to cough. I pat my chest and reach for my glass of water. No, drink your tea, it'll help. Giving her a skeptical look, I swig my tea. My coughing slows down, then stops. You must have done the same thing, I splutter out when I catch my breath. I did, I cannot lie. Shayla shrugs. Have you been checking on the academic progress that Kelsey and Jay have been making? I am happy because their grades are going up. Shayla swallows her tea. Yes, I have. I'm so proud of what they're doing. Kelsey has jumped up to another reading level, and Jay's algebra grade is fantastic. He used to dread doing algebra. How have you been helping him? She reaches for another chip loaded with salsa. I shrug. I took him back to the beginning of algebra and reviewed the basics. I think he missed some of that because of family issues. I say this part more quietly so others won't hear. He still has a few rocky places, but more and more. He's understanding how it works. Shayla brings her hands together in a prayer-like pose. Thank you. I took algebra and I passed it. But just barely. I'm more comfortable helping Kelsey. Play to your strengths, Shayla. I like your idea of dividing tutoring for both of them. For instance, Jay will be going into pre-calculus, so he needs to be really comfortable with algebra. Shayla nods, agreeing with me. Our conversation turns to other things. What do you think about more clothes for them? I ask. This weekend? Definitely. We need to buy the basics for them because what they brought from home is just awful. I'm this close to just throwing it away. but they may have something precious to them. So I want to talk to them before doing that. She sits back and her eyes stare into space. I know of her time in foster care. Not much, but she has mentioned it. I get the sense that she speaks from experience now. Her experience, though I'm sure traumatic, has been invaluable in knowing just what these kids need in their unusual situation. At home, I've come into a room just after one of the kids had a meltdown. She sits right beside them on the floor, just holding them on her lap, rocking them back and forth. She's a mixture of tenderness and tough love, and she knows just how to switch from one to the other. She is an absolute treasure. Speaking of buying new clothes for them, we're running low on supplies and groceries. I have enough for dinner tonight, a snack and breakfast tomorrow. My eyes widen. We just went shopping last week. I could make a grocery cart full of groceries last for 2 weeks. Then I realize we're feeding 4 mouths now, not just mine. Yeah, I forget that we go through food a lot faster these days. What do we need? Shayla pulls her phone out of her purse again and opens a notepad app. She chooses the grocery list and shows it to me. Whoa, that much. Growing kids, remember? And you also like to eat snacks. Yeah, that makes sense. I take her phone and scan the list. There is a lot of fruit on here, I remark. Shayla gives me a sheepish look. I just want them to eat nourishing foods. Don't let me discourage you, it's perfect. Are you available tomorrow afternoon? Let's go shopping together.
Chapter 17. Shayla. The grocery store is packed with people rushing to get home after their jobs. Avery and I agreed that Andino's grocery store would fit our needs. Designed to look like a Greek marketplace, there are arches and Greek columns that introduce each different section. For a minute, I feel like I really am in Greece. It's not only the architecture that is making me feel this way. I'm shopping with a Greek god. So, I guess we pretty much just get the essentials first? Avery asks. Let's head to the dairy so that we can get milk, eggs, and cheese, I say. Will do. I like to push the cart. Is that okay? I'm good with that. Avery pushes the cart, and I follow him. The tile on the floor makes you feel like you are walking in a Greek market, resembling cobblestone. The cart makes bumping sounds as it hits the grouted seams of the tile. I don't think the architect realized that was going to happen. A dozen carts around us are making the same distracting noise. We get to the dairy section, and Avery starts to put things in the cart. Wait, I think we need more than a dozen eggs, I say. How about the 18 count? I think that's a good start, but maybe we should take the 5 dozen box. We all eat at least 2 eggs at breakfast. Plus, I need some eggs for baking. Oh, yum. What are you going to bake? I thought some cookies and some brownies so the kids could have a little treat in their lunch boxes. We can buy those, Shayla. Bought cookies and brownies are not the same, Avery. I'd rather bake something wholesome for the kids. How wholesome are cookies with all that sugar? I don't make them with sugar. I use natural stuff to sweeten them, like applesauce for one. This sounds interesting. But what about your time, Shayla? Your time is valuable. You do, after all, have a full-time job. I laugh. It's okay, boss. Nothing will get in the way of work. Okay. What else do we need from this aisle? Milk, of course. Avery pushes the cart over to the milk cooler. He takes out a half gallon of milk and I shake my head. More than a half gallon of milk? Avery asks. Avery, we have a little girl who needs to be drinking much more milk than she does. 1 gallon? And a growing boy, I add. Avery takes 2 gallons from the cooler. Better make that 2 growing boys. He laughs. Avery and I fill up on dairy products. When we get to the cheese, Avery grabs a 2-pound bag, and I approve. I'm making enchiladas tomorrow. If you play your cards right, I'll make you a cheese omelet in the morning. Yummy, Avery says. We walk out of the dairy section, and our cart wobbles over the grout. "What next?" I ask. "Why don't you take the cart and fill up on some cereal and stuff?" "Cereal, Avery? How about oatmeal?" Avery laughs. "You're determined not to have the nutrition police after us." Don't laugh. A child's nutrition needs are serious. I take out a menu from my Vera Bradley knapsack. I've made a list of things we could eat for the week with a matching grocery list. Avery takes the list and smiles. "This is wonderful, Shayla. Why don't I take half the list and then go to the wine area?" I try not to pout because I'm having so much fun shopping with Avery. Realistically, however, we are going really slow, and the kids are waiting for us. "Okay, that sounds like a plan. Meet you in 20. That will work. Avery walks to the front of the store to get another grocery cart while I continue shopping. I can't believe I am shopping for a family. It feels so good. And the best part is that money is no option. Avery made that clear before we got to Andino's. The store looks so beautiful. Walking through the store, I imagine myself in the pictures up on the wall, walking through fields with tall green grasses and fat snowy white sheep running beside me. I have a ton of stuff to put in my cart, so I try to go as fast as possible. After a few minutes, I am working up a sweat, so I slow down a little bit. I don't want Avery to see me all sweaty. I shop for 10 more minutes and then head to the checkout. The girl at the checkout has blazing red hair and a wide smile. I unload the cart onto the checkout counter, and she begins ringing each item up. "Is that your husband that you were shopping with?" the girl asks. No, not really," I stammer. "Not really?" The girl doesn't understand, and I can't blame her. I'm embarrassed to hear how ridiculous I sound. Why am I so nervous? He's my... I just can't seem to ignore the voice in my head that feels weird about telling what is essentially a lie. "Your fiancé?" "Yes, that's it." I bite my lip to keep from grinning awkwardly as the girl chuckles. Avery finds me and starts to unload his cart. "Wow, that's a lot of groceries," the girl says to Avery. "Well, Avery looks at the girl's chest and I start to feel angry. "Veronica, we have a growing family." I'm ashamed of myself when it clicks that Avery was looking at her name tag and not her chest. I feel like such an idiot. She and Avery keep up the banter as she checks us out. Avery is such a smooth talker. Veronica is enchanted by him. Then Veronica starts to chuckle at something Avery says, and I feel really irritated. Why is she laughing? Who flirts with a man I just claimed as my fiancé in front of my face? It might be fake, but she doesn't know that. Then I realize what I am feeling is not irritation. It is jealousy. What's happening to me? Avery and I are just pretending to be with each other. My chest tightens when I realize maybe I'm starting to want something more.
Chapter 18. Avery. That Wednesday, Caroline calls in sick. She's not sure how long she'll be out, and I need an assistant. It's not an option with the work I do and the deadlines I am facing. I desperately need an extra set of hands, even if they aren't Caroline's. Then I think of Shayla. She's intelligent and catches on to new tasks fast. So, I call the head of guidance, Miss Thompson. She agrees to let her go for the time being without complaint. Thank you. I'll let her know. I hang up and dial Shayla's extension. Shayla Davis, how may I help you? She is definitely professional. Shayla, it's Avery. Caroline called in sick. She's not sure how long she'll be at home. In the meantime, I need an assistant to help me out. Your supervisor gave me the okay as long as you keep up with your regular duties. Shayla is quiet for a few seconds. Well, sure. I'll bring my laptop and files with me if that's okay. Whoa. That's wonderful. I'll clean Caroline's desk off so you have room. Thank you. I owe you. A few minutes later, Shayla comes into my office with her purse, a banker's box full of files, and her laptop. Where do I take up office space? Her eyes are gleaming with happiness. Her clothing is professional, with colors that enhance her light brown skin tone. Here, I cleared Caroline's table off for you. Thank you. She spends a few minutes setting up the space on her table. So, what does Caroline have? She thinks she has strep. Don't worry, I sanitized her table and the arms of her chair. Her phone? I forgot that. I grab the canister of wipes, pull one out and swipe it several times over the phone. As I work, I find that Shayla is a serious, productive worker. She's focused on her students and paperwork, which is just as it should be. I really enjoy working with her. She respects her students and their parents, and this makes me respect her even more. Avery, you just got a call from an upset parent. What's the issue? Their child was disciplined yesterday for not bringing homework assignments in. The mother believes that because her son did the work, he should get a grade. Thank you, I'll handle that one. I pick up my phone and press the button. Principal Cross, how may I help you? Why did my son not get a grade for 3 assignments he completed? What is your son's name? I'll look his record up. Jimmy Snyder. He's in Miss Frank's class. She didn't give him a grade. He did the work. Did he hand the assignments in? Well, he did them. Did he hand them in? I persist. I'm complaining to the superintendent about you. She hangs up abruptly. I look at my phone in surprise. What happened? She wants me to make Miss Frank give him grades for work he didn't turn in. I told her that she couldn't. Then she said she's going to complain to the superintendent about that. Wow, she says as I roll my eyes. I need a walk. I'll be right back, I say. She nods. I'll hold down the fort. I head down the hall to the faculty room to refill my coffee and stretch my legs. No matter how many parents I have to talk to in this job, they still sometimes get under my skin. After a few minutes, I return to my desk, sipping my coffee. Feeling better? Calmer, at least. Thank you for covering for me. No problem. The only call you got was another parent. I squeeze my eyes shut. Oh, no. No! Not bad! He wants to find a way that we can create a special event for kids who score in the top 3 places in the science fair. That's interesting. I like the idea, but I'd have to run it past the school board. That's what I told him. He wants to come in for a meeting with you at the end of the week. Here's my notes. Shayla and I both take several more calls before the end of the day. In between, she helps me sort through outdated textbooks from our old curriculum. Shayla disappears for a few minutes, then returns with a steaming cup of coffee and a croissant. I figured you need the energy boost. I grin at her in gratitude. I really do. This has been a hell of a day. I take a huge sip of the coffee, not caring how hot it is. Then I bite into the flaky croissant. Thank you. I watch her as she returns to her table, finishing the last of her work. My eyes adhere to Shayla, watching her sip her favorite tea. I've noticed that she puts milk and sugar in her tea. What will her lips taste like if I kiss her?
Chapter 19. Shayla. The birds are chirping outside my window. I turn over with my eyes half open. There is no one next to me. Avery is not here. I am disappointed because the best thing in my morning is watching Avery sleep. This bed is so comfortable with its crisp blue sheets and its wonderful linen smell that I don't want to immediately jump out of bed to look for Avery. He's around here somewhere after all. We are a family now. All 4 of us live here. I thrill at the idea and slide back down into the sheets for a 5-minute snooze. But the whole time, I'm thinking about how wonderful it is to share this bed with Avery. I snooze for 10 minutes instead of 5 and decide to finally get up. The wood floor underneath my feet is so smooth and cool, I don't need my slippers. I do need my robe, so I grab it off of a hook on the bathroom door. This gives me a chance to brush my teeth and comb my hair before I go downstairs. Avery's house is a dream for me. 2 stories and 4 bedrooms that are just perfect for a family. The wood floor matches the paneling on some of the walls. The walls that aren't paneled are blue. which seems to be Avery's favorite color. When I get to the bottom of the stairs, I can hear Avery. The house is a craftsman design, so there are 2 living areas split by a large hallway that leads to the kitchen. On the second floor, there are 2 exit staircases. One leads to the living room area, and the other leads to the kitchen. I take the living room staircase only to find the living room empty. I travel down the hallway, and at first glance, I see Avery and Kelsey sitting on a bench in the hallway just outside the kitchen. Kelsey is reading to Avery while he plays with her long blonde hair that is loose right now. On closer inspection, I see that Avery is trying to braid Kelsey's hair. As he braids, Kelsey's fine hair slips out of the braid. Avery is frustrated but keeps trying. My heart melts when I see this. I'm almost down the hall and ready to call out Avery's name when Jay comes out of the kitchen and talks to Avery. Even though I'm just a few feet away, I can't hear what Jay is saying to Avery. I realize at that moment what a father figure Avery is to Jay. He is speaking softly to Jay, and he puts his hands on Jay's shoulder as he is talking to him. I've always wanted a father like that, but never found one in the foster system. I turn around and go back up the stairs. I don't want to intrude on the trio. Instead, I climb up the stairs and walk down the second-floor hallway to the stairs that lead to the kitchen. I quietly climb down the stairs and go to the refrigerator. I promised Avery an omelet. Jay will probably want one too, so I take out a half-dozen eggs. Kelsey doesn't like eggs, so I put the eggs down near the stove and reach above to the cabinet where we are storing the oatmeal. As soon as I start cracking eggs, Avery comes into the kitchen. "What's for breakfast?" he asks. "The omelet I promised you." "Perfect." Jay follows Avery and overhears. "Omelet? I love omelets. Please make mine with the double cheese," Jay says. "Kelsey, omelets are good. You ought to try one," Jay says. "No, I like oatmeal." "It's oatmeal," Jay corrects his sister. Kelsey makes a face. "Do you want me to set the table, Shayla?" she asks. "Yes, sweetheart. That would be great." It takes me 20 minutes to cook 3 omelets and make the oatmeal, but soon we are all sitting at the table, happily eating our breakfast. I love Avery's kitchen because he has it decorated with sunflowers. The walls are a light, creamy yellow instead of the usual blue, but the cabinets are blue with little sunflower appliques on them. Avery's dishes are also decorated with sunflowers, along with the salt and pepper shaker and the napkin holder. "Did you decorate the kitchen yourself?" I ask. "Of course not. I had a decorator. Can't you tell?" I laugh at Avery's expression. The laughter is infectious as Kelsey and Jay begin laughing too. Faster than I could cook breakfast, the kids and Avery are finished with their meal. "Jay, pick up the plates and put them in the sink, okay?" Jay obediently does as Avery asks, and Kelsey helps. These 2 are the most helpful children I have ever met. There is never a peep of discontent from either one of them. When they finish their task, Avery tells them that they can go watch television, and they do just that. I finish up my breakfast, and Avery starts to hand wash the dishes. "There's a dishwasher for that," I tease Avery. "I like to hand wash when I can." "Okay." I slide my dish into the soapy water. "I saw you braiding Kelsey's hair. I can teach you how to do it better if you want." "Are you saying that my braids weren't perfect?" Avery laughs and scoops up some soapy water and throws it at me in fun. Some of it lands on the bridge of my nose, which makes me laugh out loud. I reach into the sink and scoop up some soap and throw the bubbles at Avery. My heart starts to beat fast as Avery chases me around the room with the soapy water. I fling the soap at just the right time and get Avery in the chest. He starts laughing, and so do I. Playing in the kitchen with Avery makes me feel like this is all real. Like we are a real couple, living together and raising our children. It's getting harder and harder to remember that this is all supposed to be temporary, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Chapter 20. Avery. It's Monday. I take the kids to school, then head to the grocery store. Shayla's sick, so I'm getting medication to bring her fever down. When I reach for the aspirin, the pharmacist tells me that acetaminophen and ibuprofen are better for reducing fever. You could get both and alternate them. They are more effective that way. Does this work for bronchitis? It works on just about any viral or bacterial illness that causes fever. I buy both medications for her. I also find some strawberry shortcake, which is her favorite dessert. I stock up on crackers and light foods that she might be able to eat. Maybe I should stock up extra, just in case the kids get sick too. I wonder how contagious bronchitis is. Back at home, I take care of Shayla's needs. I already called in, explaining that I couldn't come in. Caroline, who is back at work, will cover for me. While Shayla's napping, I find cans of soup we already have in the kitchen cabinets. I pull them to the front so I can grab one easily later. I also find a few other foods that will be light on her tummy, like crackers and applesauce. Before she wakes up, I sit down and relax. Soon, I'm lost in my thoughts. Don't overthink this, man. Stick close to your feelings and what you know about Shayla. She isn't here for you, she's here for the kids. She's told you about how she grew up in foster care, and she doesn't want the same situation for Jay and Kelsey. I go to peek into our room and check on her. She's still completely asleep. Good. She needs it. Back in my chair, I read for a while, trying to distract myself from my intrusive thoughts. When she wakes up and comes to the kitchen, I give her the bottle of fever reducer. She takes 2 pills. Next, I heat up some soup and water for hot tea. As I bring them to the table, I remind her not to get overworked. She looks up at me. I can't overwork myself if I'm sick. Her voice is low and raspy. She eats the soup slowly. Because she looks so sleepy, I take the spoon and feed her myself. She needs to go back to bed. We talk with each other, but not too much. Clearly, it hurts her to use her voice much. Drink some tea. I left out the milk because of your fever, I urge her. Thank you. I don't need to get an upset stomach from the milk. She sips the tea, closes her eyes, and sighs in relief. That helps my throat feel better. I have some throat lozenges. They'll help your sore throat as well. She finally finishes her soup and tea. Her appetite is pretty tiny right now. I take her arm as she slowly walks back to our room. After she gets into our bed, I cover her with a sheet and a light blanket. Avery, I'm so sorry. She reaches up to hug me. Tears slide down her cheeks as she tries not to cry. I hug her while she's lying on her pillow, feeling terrible for her. Hey, you can't help getting bronchitis. Schools are full of little germ sponges. I wink at her. She laughs, then holds her throat. Germ sponges, she rasps out. That's a good one. Thank you for taking care of me. Her smile is small, and her eyes are sleepy. Soon she falls asleep while I'm holding her. I hear a little snore coming out of her mouth. Damn, that's cute. I just stare into her face. Even without makeup, she is beautiful. A huge part of me wants to protect her. Is it wrong for me to feel this way toward her? She's such a good person. She treats others with care and consideration. She loves the kids. She has a wonderful sense of humor. Many of our beliefs are similar. I sit on the bed next to her, cross one leg over the other, and just watch her sleep.
Chapter 21. Shayla. I had always lived in fear of how I would acclimate to family life, never having a real model of what a functional family could be. After 2 months of us living as a family, I no longer have to guess. With a partner like Avery, every day is better than the last. Every day, I'm a better person than the day before. A little over 4 months ago, Avery Cross was just a name on the letterhead of my employment offer. Dear Miss Davis, we are pleased to offer you the position of guidance counselor at Holly Brooke's comprehensive school. I didn't give his signature a second thought. Some empty suit sitting pretty in the administrator's suite, Now he's the man I wake up to every day. The man I share everything with, including, for the first time, myself. He sends bolts of lightning through me when I catch him looking at me when we're on the sofa with the kids. He makes me shiver when I'm at the stove, and he caresses my arm. The mornings are hectic, and the evenings are exhausting, but every second is worth it. Every glance and touch from Avery makes my heart sing. 2 months ago, when Avery asked me to marry him, he was still Principal McDreamy, an idealized fantasy of a man I'd want to be with. The mundane reality is so much better. We keep a calendar that commemorates all the firsts we have with each other. And whether it's once per week or once per year, they all become our rituals. We surprise the kids with a real turkey for Thanksgiving, along with sky-high piles of stuffing and mashed potatoes. They thought planting a giant turkey at the center of the table was something people only did in movies, like Santa coming down an actual chimney, or a leprechaun really offering you gold at the end of the rainbow. He looks so natural holding a carving knife. "I'll tell you what I'm grateful for," he said. "That's easy. Shayla, Jay, and Kelsey, anything else is just extra. We can't wait to give them a real Christmas, where there are too many gifts to all fit under the tree. I know what it's like to think you've been bad because you haven't gotten presents that year, and I never want them to go through that again. We started a tradition of going out to dinner once a week. The children have the final say. We've been out 5 times since we started the routine. At first, they were shy, afraid that we might send them back if they ordered too much. Then when we went to McDonald's, Avery ordered practically everything on the menu for them, just to show that there was no such thing. They could never be too much for us. We went to Geno's and Pat's for cheesesteaks, because we are impartial when it comes to feuding Philly institutions. When we went to El Vez, a Mexican restaurant bursting with kitsch, they ate so many baskets of tortilla chips, they barely had room for dinner. They learned there's always room for sopapilas, however. We've baked cookies the last 3 weekends, after Kelsey got cookie cutters in the shape of cats from the dollar store. She calls them her cookie catters. Jay discovered an innate talent for cooking when he made homemade shortbread sandwich cookies with mint and chocolate in the middle. They were cat-shaped, of course. We took Kelsey to see her first movie in the theater. She loved it so much, she begged to go the next day, too. We happily obliged, and even Jay was on board. If it meant a huge bucket of movie popcorn and a giant Coca-Cola, he'd sit through all the Disney princess movies and every Pixar film, too. After the movie the first time, we had to go to the pet store next door just to look. We wound up going 2 more times, not including the movie the day after. When we went bowling, Avery helped Jay perfect his form. It's not that different from basketball. It's how you hold your body and the line of sight toward your goal, he told him. Avery's proudest moment came when he got a lower score than Jay and fewer strikes. Avery helped me with my stance, but it didn't do much. Whether it was because I left my body when he placed his hands firmly on my shoulders, arms, waist, hips, and thighs, or whether it was because he got too distracted touching me to remember to fix my form, I have no clue. If it means his hands are all over me, I'll lose every game. Kelsey squealed with delight watching us. "You're bending Shayla's arms like my Mrs. Potato Head doll." Jay was more direct. "Get a room, you two," he said with a huge jack-o'-lantern smile. Even though they tease, I think it's because it comforts them to feel we're committed to each other too, and not just to them. It comforts me more than any of them know. Every day, especially with the kids, I fall for him harder. I don't want to be with him just to take care of the children we love together. I want us to be together, and to be the woman he loves. Our weekdays follow a routine that I love for its consistency. Wake up, make lunch, eat breakfast, get ready and dressed, school, homework, dinner, and a quiet family activity. Sometimes it's a board game, other days basketball in the driveway. Sometimes the kids' stage plays, Kelsey made Avery the princess in one of them. She smeared my makeup on his face, then skewered his hair in barrettes and dressed him in an apron and tiara. "Don't I look beautiful?" he said, spinning around. We died laughing. My favorite part of the day is story time. Kelsey reads us the simpler books herself. But what I love most is when Jay reads to Kelsey and he holds my hand. Kelsey sits in my lap and Avery holds my hand in hers. All three of them are one in a million. I'd do anything to keep them with me for the rest of my life and theirs.
Chapter 22. Avery. I feel like I just signed my life away on a week's worth of paperwork. Ditto for all the phone calls I made and took. I stand and stretch, working the kinks out in my muscles. I want to see Shayla for some reason. No, there's no need to. I just want to gaze at her beauty. Dude, you are getting it bad. I greet Mrs. Thompson, who is Shayla's head counselor. Hey, how are you today? Wonderful. You look a little tired. Yeah, I just finished a boatload of paperwork and phone calls. My eyes drift over to Shayla's desk. A woman is sitting at her desk. She has a beautiful face, but I can't help looking at Shayla on the other side of the desk. Shayla outshines her looks. Then the woman stands and saunters over to me. Hi, I'm Paige Collins. I'm the supervisor of St. Peter's College. I'm checking in on a few teachers in training, so I decided to hang out here between my assessments of their performance. She tips her head to the side in a flirtatious pose and gives a slow, sexy smile. I didn't know that the principal here is a McCarty. She stretches her hand out. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Cross. Would you like to tour me around? She sounds like a coquette as she bats her eyelashes up and down. Oh my God, not now. I'm too familiar with this flirting approach. I've seen too many women using it on me and other basketball pros. I do not want this, not now and not ever. I swing my eyes to Shayla, but she's not saying anything. Finally, her eyes meet mine, and I mouth one word, help. Shayla lowers her gaze, pretending not to see. Miss Collins, if you don't need anything from us, I'm sure Mr. Cross will show you around. Other counselors gasp, as by now everyone knows that I'm supposedly with Shayla. I feel like gasping myself. I look at Shayla again, but she doesn't look at me. What the hell? So I give up and guide this flirtatious woman around the school. I try to keep a distance between her and me because I do not want her touching me. Over here, we have the robotics classroom and lab. Our middle school students take this class as preparation for high school and college robotics. And over here, we have the science classrooms and labs. We try to make sure that everything we offer the students here is going to enhance their learning experience. I walk her to the PE and music wings. Our physical education program offers students several ways to get and stay fit. How do the cafeteria and the nutrition office help with this? Finally, she's being serious. Still, I am being cautious. Truth be told, I'm not happy at what Shayla did. Why did she pin me with this woman? Is this her way of hinting she'd rather I spend less time with her? They all work together to provide good nutrition to every student. The administrative staff is also involved in this as well. In the music wing, I show her the different classrooms and what type of music education they offer to students. Over here, we have the band room, with the latest in equipment. Students rent or buy their own instruments. But we do have a few spare instruments for students whose parents aren't able to swing the cost. I take her a little further down the hall. Over here is the orchestra room. Again, students benefit from the newest musical equipment. And for the choir, our voice teacher has been able to source and obtain mics and a sound system, all through 2 grants she applied for. Well, that is impressive. How about the cafeteria? I am reluctant to take her there, but then I reason that the cooks haven't completed any of today's offerings. Sure. Just be aware that the cooks are still prepping and cooking lunch. She looks at me through narrow eyes. So, that means no snack and an opportunity to sit in a quiet corner? I ignore the remark and silently walk her to the large cafeteria. As you can tell, we provide a salad bar. Also, kids with gastrointestinal issues can eat gluten-free and dairy-free meals. We are invested in keeping them as healthy as possible, so they can be in class most days, if not every day. Well, thank you. Too bad you don't want to spend some recreational time with me. Miss Collins, you are here to evaluate student teachers. Besides, if you got your way, someone would notice and report that to the administrative offices. She scowls and walks off. Whew. I made my feelings, or lack of them, clear. I'm going to my office and shutting the damn door. I do just that. It so happens that I walk past the counseling office. From the corner of my eye, I see Shayla look up at me. She notices the scowl on my face. Good. Back in my office, I close the door with an audible click. At my desk, I put my chin in my hand and just stew over what Shayla did. Why, Shayla? We're engaged, and I'm liking that. I say a few colorful words, then get to my work. It's a good thing I have a lot to do. Now, I have an excuse to stay in my office all day long. But thoughts of what Shayla did, foisting Miss Collins off on me, linger. I stop what I'm doing and continue feeling the anger. How dare she? Hearing someone coming down the hall, I pick my pen up and continue reading whatever it is that I have in front of me. Damn it! What is this even about? I grumble and start from the beginning again. And still, I'm aware that staffers are peeking in through my window, looking at me. Let them take what they see back to her. Who gives a damn?
Chapter 23. Shayla. The drive home from work was a long one because Avery did not say a word. It hits me like a ton of bricks when I realize why he is upset. I had a flash of jealousy when Paige Collins made her comment about Avery being a Makati, so I kind of pushed Avery to show her around the school when I didn't have to do that. Avery pulls the car into the garage and gets out of the car to shut the garage door. He doesn't even glance at me. Then I know that pushing him into Paige Collins upset him big time. I should not have gotten so jealous, but Avery is a very good-looking man. It's hard not to feel possessive, even though I know he's not really mine. Jay and Kelsey get out of the car without a word. The whole family is reduced to no words because I got jealous. I slowly get out of the car and grab my school tote bag. I have a lot of work tonight, but I don't feel like doing it. I'm taking Kelsey into my room to play, if that's okay, Jay says. Little Kelsey looks at me with her big blue eyes. I don't know what to say to her. It's fine, Jay. Just keep it down, Avery says. Jay takes Kelsey's hand, and they go upstairs. I put my tote bag down on the kitchen table and knock the sunflower napkin holder on the floor. It breaks, and I feel terrible. Avery, I shout, and wait for him to answer me back. He does not. Instead, I hear the bathroom door open and shut. I can wait him out. So I start to clean up the broken napkin holder, but my heart sinks into my stomach when I hear the shower start. Will Avery even come down for dinner? He's never taken his shower this early. I throw the broken napkin holder into a paper bag and put that bag under the sink. I'm not hiding it like a little kid. I will tell Avery when he comes to the kitchen. I'm just saving the pieces so that I can glue it back together later. The kitchen is spotless, so there is nothing to clean. Instead, I get busy cooking dinner. I pull out some hamburger meat to make bacon cheeseburgers. The burgers are already made. All I have to do is warm them up. As I warm the patties up, I ping Rebecca to ask her for some advice. She always knows what to do in situations like this. It doesn't take long to get a text back. Coax him, apologize. Really come up with a genuine apology. I am genuinely sorry, so that part will be easy, but getting Avery's attention is going to be hard. The shower stops, and in a few minutes I hear Avery in the bedroom, getting dressed. It is amazing what you can hear when this old house is completely quiet. I wonder what Jay and Kelsey are doing that is so quiet. But before I can go upstairs to look, I hear Avery go into their room and start talking. Nonetheless, when it is time to eat, only the children come down. Avery must be in bed because I don't even hear a television on. I start some light chit-chat with the kids, and we eat our dinner. Afterwards, I tell Jay that he doesn't need to do the dishes, and I do them instead. When I am done cleaning everything in the sunflower kitchen, I turn off the light and go up the carpeted back staircase, turning off lights as I walk to the bedroom. I love the way Avery has the house all cozy. In the hallway, there are some glass front bookcases, so I open one up and find a book to read. My heart isn't into it, so I choose a bright red covered book and shut the bookcase. I actually knock on the bedroom door as if I am not welcome there anymore. There is no sound but Avery's snoring. The bedroom is done all in blue. It is kind of a monochrome setting with the blue walls and the navy blue bedding. There isn't a feminine thing in the whole room. I get dressed in a blue nightgown to at least feel part of the room and to belong. I know this is a weird thing to do, but I can't help myself. I want to belong so badly in our little family, and now it seems like I don't. I make my way across the floor to the bed. I turn back the navy comforter and get into bed. I have to apologize tonight and not wait until morning. My foster mother used to say, never go to bed angry, and now I know what she means. So I slowly move into Avery's space and embrace him. I feel him waking up. I'm so sorry, Avery. I really didn't mean anything. There is nothing from Avery's side of the bed. I feel the tears start to burn in my eyes. It's just that My voice is cracking. What's wrong? Avery says. He turns around to face me, and now I am fully crying. I just got jealous, that's all. I couldn't control myself. I sob. Avery takes me into his arms, and I feel such comfort there. He has such big shoulders and muscular arms. I feel that nothing is going to hurt me with his arms around me. Then Avery does something that totally shocks me. He kisses me passionately. I can feel the electricity from my lips to my toes. He cups my cheeks after the kiss and looks at me. You owe me a date, Avery says. I agree wholeheartedly, and he squeezes me in his arms and gives me a light kiss. This is all for real, and I'm falling hard for Avery.
Chapter 24. Avery. I bring Shayla to Deluxe, a fine dining restaurant here in Philadelphia. The hostess leads us to our table, and I hold Shayla's chair as she sits down. Holding my tie against my stomach, I sit down across from her and smile at her. I take Shayla's hand, which is lying on the table between us. Wow, this is really romantic. Shayla's voice is soft as she looks around and takes in everything there is to see. It really is. I reach into my jacket pocket and pull out 2 ring boxes. Shayla gasps. I take both rings out of their boxes and hold them up between Shayla and me. Shayla, these rings signify my loyalty to you. She looks at the sparkling ring. She gasps and looks up at me with eyes full of tears. My God, it's beautiful. I love the emerald. Then that is what you shall wear. I place it on the ring finger of her left hand, and we just admire how it looks. I'm glad she chose the emerald. It suits her coloring. I look into her eyes. This signifies to everyone we encounter that we are committed and united. Shayla smiles, her lips trembling slightly. She quickly wipes a small tear from her eye. I am completely committed to you, Avery. Your heart is true and strong. When I saw how you accepted the kids with no question, I knew you were a keeper. We are a family even now. She giggles a little. It's not easy for me to wear my heart on my sleeve, but I am working on it. Hearing what you said just a minute ago makes it easier for me to let go, stop guarding my heart, and just get to know you as well as I can. Don't go any faster than you feel comfortable with. But understand that I am committed to you. There is nobody else in this world that I want in my life. Except for the kids. We order our dishes. I choose the filet mignon and a baked potato. Shayla chooses the lemon pepper trout with a baked sweet potato. After we finish our entrees, we share a molten lava cake, and it is delicious. After we get home, we pay the babysitter. After she leaves, we go check on the kids. They are both sound asleep. Let's go to our room. In our room, Shayla takes her shoes off. She walks up to me and looks up at me. Avery, I loved our dinner. It was so delicious, and I loved the restaurant. Thank you. She takes one of my hands in hers and squeezes it. I get undressed and leave my t-shirt and boxers on. Shayla puts on a nightgown that leaves her arms bare. I should be used to this. But I'm not. I'll never get used to how beautiful and sexy she is. We get on our bed and rest our backs against the pillows. We talk about things that have been happening at school and here at home. Before long, talk shifts to the kids. Jay is much more confident now than he was when you first took them in. I think that has a lot to do with you giving him room to make decisions and see what happens afterward. Oh, yeah, the law of natural consequences. It works every time. Shayla grins. I reposition myself on my pillow so I can watch her fully. Yeah, that time when he stood up to that bully in his science class. Wow. That one scared me a little. He thought the kid would back down. Instead, he threatened to fight him after school. Yeah, I was already in the classroom to speak to the teacher about something else when I heard that. The teacher and I separated them. Then I took the kid to my office and called his parents. I look into Shayla's beautiful, dark eyes. As I do, I feel my manhood twitch and start lengthening. I decide not to hide it. Her light brown skin is so erotic. Shayla is watching me and my reaction to her body. The pupils of her eyes grow, and her breathing hitches slightly. She repositions herself so she can easily kiss me. I don't let her go. I kiss her, growing harder and hotter with every second that passes. We lie down, and our breathing grows hard and heavy with our wanting. I run my hands over her luscious body. I squeeze her buttocks and palm her beautiful chest. I kiss her, going up her chest to her neck. Then I kiss her for a long time on her lips. Shayla pushes me over so I land on my back. She stretches out on top of me so our bodies are in full contact. Of course, my stiff manhood is even more noticeable this way. I watch her face the moment when she realizes just how hard I am. Her eyes widen, and she pulls in a deep breath. That's when I grab her and flip her back so she's on the bottom, and I let my inner alpha loose. I lift myself up on my hands and knees so she can breathe. Then, I kiss her all over, relishing the taste of her skin.
Chapter 25. Shayla. I begin to melt when Avery runs his tongue over my skin. My back arches, and my toes start to curl. I moan. He continues to lick me gently, leaving a path of cooling skin where his tongue has been. When he begins to nip my neck, I squeal in delight. Next, I feel him nipping the skin at my waist, then down lower. Is he going to? No, he comes back up and starts kissing me. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 26. Avery. I awake with a clear head and a satisfied body, but no Shayla beside me. She is most likely downstairs, but I already miss her warmth and taste. She has awoken something in me that lay dormant for many years, maybe even longer. I yearn for her touch again and launch myself out of bed to find her. The smell of burning bacon reaches me before I find Shayla in the kitchen. My heart jackrabbits at the sight of her, and when I get to her, I immediately wrap my arms around her plump waist. I kiss the back of her neck as the skin heats. She lets out a small noise of comfort, and I do it again, kissing along her neck and shoulders. She tastes clean and fresh from the shower and smells of her bubblegum perfume, an intoxicating combination. After a minute, while soft greetings are exchanged, she turns in my arms. "Do you have errands today?" She says it not like she wants it to be true, but like she knows she should do the boring, adult, responsible thing and get started with our boring, adult, responsible lives. "A virtual meeting with the school board in..." I check my watch. 2 minutes. Crap. "Don't be late." She uses the bacon spatula to whack me on the thigh, and we both laugh as I bound back up the stairs. I look at her before I go. She dances in the kitchen to a song on the radio, and my feelings for her drop down on me like a ton of bricks. I'm so gone for her that my life splits into two. Before Shayla and after Shayla. I'm not the same person I was before she walked into my life with a list of accomplishments as long as my body and a calm self-assurance. How has my life changed so rapidly? It seems only a day ago we were looking over the terms of our agreement. Here we are now, sharing a home with 2 kids. She burns bacon for breakfast. She sings in the shower. She winds down the car windows instead of turning on the air. She is everything I have ever wanted. Even as I think it, a voice in my head tells me to slow down before I scare her off, or slow down in case I am wrong. Maybe she is not the one for me. Maybe my judgment is not any better now than it was 10 years ago. I shake it off and get to the board meeting. The next hour passes like molasses, boring to and fro between people with no stake in the everyday lives of teenagers at Holly Brooke's except financially. Eventually, it ends with a few agreements made between the parties, more funding here, less spending there, a focus on inter-school sports matches, and then I am free. Well, as free as I can be. After the board meeting is over, I have another battle I need to attend. My mother always lets her phone ring 14 times before she answers it. She says it is because after 13 rings, the telemarketers give up. While I am positive that is not true, I've yet to prove her wrong. "Hello, my dearest son, to what do I owe this pleasure?" "Mother, I need to tell you something. It may come as a shock." She scoffs. "Nothing could shock me, Avery. I'm your mother. I gave birth to you out of wedlock on a solstice moon." "No, you didn't," I respond, but she does not hear me. "Tell me anything, dear, as long as it's the truth." I sigh and ready myself for it. "I'm engaged." "Oh, darling. Wonderful news. Even though I wasn't aware you were seeing anyone, I am thrilled for you. You simply must tell me the details, such as who she is and why you haven't told me about her. The little things." I sigh again. I was not looking forward to this conversation, and my mother never makes things easy on me. Love her though I do, there is a reason she is not in my life that much. "Her name is Shayla, and it's an arrangement we've come up with to help approve my adoption request. That's it." "Oh, how exciting. A public marriage, but a secret affair. What do they call it? Fake marriage? It's all the rage in my book club right now." I use the nails of my free hand to pick at the desk, dislodging bits of wood that prick my fingertips. "There is something, though." She squeaks in excitement like a woodland creature. "Surely this couldn't get any juicier." "Mom, come on." Okay. She clears her throat and drops her voice down an octave. "Tell me, sweet child of mine." I take a breath. I'm really head over heels for Shayla. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I love the kids to an extreme degree. I think my heart is going to give out at any second just from how much love is in there. She sighs wistfully. My son has the most magical adventures. NBA player turned beloved principal, turned student of love. It would seem so. As ridiculous as she is, she has always supported me through all the mishaps in my life. It does not surprise me, even though it does make me love her more, that she would support me through this. Well, your father and I would love to meet Shayla, and what are their names? Jay and Kelsey. Jay and Kelsey. Bring them to Erie immediately so that we may spoil them like good grandparents. Sure thing, Mom. I hang up soon after, feeling in good spirits. It seems good luck has found me after all these years of mistakes and mishaps. I just hope I can make it worth Shayla's time as well. When I wander back downstairs, Jay and Shayla sit at the kitchen table with Jay's math books open in front of them. Kelsey sits under the table with her dolls, smashing them into each other with vigor. Shayla looks up at me with another one of her patented smiles. Done with your meeting? I nod and reach out to ruffle Jay's hair. He smiles brightly up at me. On his workbook are compliments and encouraging remarks in Shayla's handwriting. Brace yourself, folks. Mom and Dad want us to visit them in Erie.
Chapter 27. Shayla. Avery is whistling along with the radio station, and all I can do is sit in silence and pinch my palms. I can't believe I am meeting Avery's parents. This is getting to be so real. First, we go on a date, and then we enjoy each other in bed. Now we are going to meet his parents. I can't believe this. I haven't been this nervous since I had to meet my last set of foster parents. Back then, it was not just about acceptance. It was about survival. If your foster parents didn't like you, it was for sure that the time you spent in their house was going to be miserable. Now there isn't the state to demand that these strangers take care of me. Now it is totally up to Avery's parents to meet and accept me, just because. I think this is worse than the foster parent thing. What if they don't like me? Here we are, Avery says. Is this where you grew up, Avery? Jay asks. Were you a little boy once? Kelsey asks. Yes and yes, Avery laughs. Now the three of you get out on the double before my parents come out of the house. The kids and Avery immediately get out of the car, but I take my time looking at the house. It is a gorgeous 2-story home with a touch of Italian architecture. The front facade of the house is in red brick, and there are many full-size windows in the front. I can see a baby grand piano in one room and a dining table in another front window. I have never seen such a beautiful home. I step out of the car onto the gravel driveway, but it isn't long until I am stepping into some lush green grass. All along the yard, there are plants and bushes. It's late in fall, so I can only imagine how nice they will look come summer. Even in the off-season, it's apparent they have been meticulously maintained. The garden beds around the house are filled with beautiful knickknacks and decorations. As I get closer to the house, I see that there is a fairy garden near the door. How enchanting! My heart is pounding outside of my chest, and I can't catch my breath as it accelerates. I am so nervous. I pinch my palm again to try to get my breath to slow down. There's nothing I can do about my heartbeat. Kids, please, please, please be on your best behavior, I manage to say. We will, they both answer me. I know they are good kids, but as for myself, relax, Shayla. My parents are going to love you. Avery takes my hand and squeezes. He then turns the handle of the door and opens it. They don't have their front door locked. Aren't they scared of anybody breaking in? Avery laughs. My parents aren't scared of anybody or anything. On cue, Avery's parents come rushing into the living room. You're here? They both shout. A gray-haired older man and a woman with long gray hair in a braid come rushing towards us. I am scared they are going to knock me down, but they don't. There are hugs all around as Avery introduces us. Avery's parents urge us to go to the dining room, where they have lunch all prepared. We walk across the plush blue carpet to the dining room. I can't believe it when I see a gorgeous paneled dining room with a large wooden table and chairs. This is like a room from my dream home. On the table is a scarlet table runner and a lot of food. There are bowls of potato and macaroni salad. There is a platter piled high with sandwiches. In another bowl, There is fried chicken. I didn't know what you guys would like, so I made a little bit of everything. Thelma, you forgot something, Avery's father says. What did I forget, Bill? The potato chips. Thelma raises her hands to her eyes and sighs. I can't believe it. I was so excited at the grocery store that I didn't buy them. Bill chuckles, and so does Avery. My mom is a bit forgetful when she is excited. I understand, I say. Heck, you guys, sit and chow down, Bill says. I like the look of Avery's parents. They are upper middle class, but they are dressed casually in jeans and yellow and blue pullovers that practically match each other. I start to look at the rest of the room and notice that the walls that aren't paneled are blue like the carpet. What does this family have to do with the color blue? We sit down to eat. Avery helps Kelsey pick out food, and I help Jay. Both kids are as entranced as I am with this place and Avery's parents. When we finish eating, Bill and Thelma take us for a tour and show us our rooms. Jay and Kelsey are thrilled because in each room they find a set of gifts. Mom, are you the culprit responsible for the presents? I am, Thelma giggles. Kelsey comes out of her room. She has unwrapped one of the gifts to find a baby doll. She is hugging the doll. Thank you so much for my baby doll. I've never had one before. A wave of emotion sweeps over me. It means so much to me to see Kelsey feeling at home already. I'm already attached to Thelma and Bill, and I just met them. It should be a good feeling. But once Avery gets the finalized papers for adoption, our contract ends. My heart is heavy just thinking about this. How can things feel so real when they are actually pretend? How can I guard myself from loving this family that I already know is not mine to keep? Jay has just gotten a brand new remote race car. Avery is promising him that they will race in a few minutes. Then he takes Kelsey and puts her on his shoulders. Jay and Kelsey really belong here, but I fear that I do not. I am just the means to an end, and I will never be one of them, even if my heart wishes I could be.
Chapter 28. Avery. By the time I make it home from my run, sweat drips from my forehead and armpits and pools in the small of my back. The heat of the day settled in while I was out. The sun tinged my shoulders pink, smattering a new lot of freckles across them. I pull a bottle of water from the fridge and guzzle it right there. It reminds me of my basketball days. Coach would make sure we sipped our water so we did not make ourselves sick, but whenever his back was turned, I would gulp as much as I could. Sure, I was a great basketballer, but I didn't always play by Coach's rules. Shayla's voice rings out from upstairs. Avery, are the kids with you? She pads softly down the staircase and into the kitchen. I stop guzzling to answer. Mom and Dad took them out. When her eyes land on me, Shayla gasps. What are you doing? I look down at my body, confused at first. Okay, so I'm naked from the waist up. I'm hot, and I'm a guy. It's allowed, right? I went for a run. No, I mean, why aren't you wearing a shirt? She tilts her gaze up to the ceiling as though she cannot stand to look at me. I went for a run, I repeat. It was hot. Can you please wear a t-shirt? She looks anywhere but at me. It takes me a second to piece it together, but when I do, I burst out laughing. Are you being shy? The other day, we were basically naked in our bed together, but she can't bear to see me shirtless? She scoffs, but her face is still covered in embarrassment. Shayla, we sleep in the same bed every night. I've touched every inch of your... Avery, she hisses. Okay, I get it. Please, just... no more teasing. Her voice quivers in shame, which breaks my heart. I slink close enough to her to pull her into a hug. The sweat on my skin has mostly dried from the air conditioning, and she comes into my arms willingly. Darling, it's okay to be embarrassed, but that doesn't mean I have to cover up, okay? She nods, her hair brushing against my chest. Yes, of course. Logically, I know that nothing bad will happen if people see you running without a shirt on, but some part of me, I don't know, wants me all to yourself? She giggles into my skin before looking up at me with her beautiful eyes. They look like wells I could swim in for the rest of my life. Of course I do. I lean down to kiss her on the lips. Want to play basketball with me? I don't get as many hoops in as I used to, and I fear I'm off my game. The beauty in her smile makes my knees weak. I won't play, but I'll watch. You won't play with Avery? I layer a teasing tone in my voice that turns her gaze hot. I just want to watch you sweat. I take her hand and race out of the house into the backyard, laughing the whole way. I grab the ball from the corner of the yard and toss it through the hoop. It swishes through and hits the concrete, bouncing away until I run up to catch it. Slick moves, Cross. It's almost like you do this for a living. Wouldn't surprise me, I say. I go for another shot, but this time I miss. The ball bounces off the hoop and flings itself up, away, and out of my reach. Swing and a miss, Shayla jokes. Maybe I need some extra encouragement. I smile flirtatiously at her. She bites her lip and grabs the ball as it bounces her way. How about this? You make 4 shots and I'll give you a kiss. A slow, passionate one. I do not need any more encouragement. I make the 4 shots with ease and saunter over to where she leans against the wall of the house. I put my arm above her, leaning down to kiss the cherry lip balm off her lips. She gives me a cheeky smile before she ducks under my arm and out of my range. Hey, come on now! Too slow, she says, sticking her tongue out. She walks backward away from me, curling her finger and beckoning me. You'll just have to come and get it. Oh, I love a challenge. With the challenge on, I walk over to her once more, but again she slips out of my reach. I'm sure that I could catch her easily, but the game is more fun, and seeing her smile when she bests me is too cute to give up. She lets me get closer before she dashes away. Each time my heart races at our proximity, then races again at missing her. She's everything I have ever wanted in a wife, and she is not my wife yet. But she will be, and the impending consummation of this silly arrangement makes me sweat in the best way. I finally catch up to her and pin her against the door. Come here, I whisper seductively. Her eyes flash with a hunger I cannot get enough of. I'm here, she says breathlessly. You caught me. I lick my lips and she tracks the movement. I did. What now? I could tease you some more, she offers. Her chest heaves with arousal and I press myself against her. I refrain from kissing her, as much as it pains me. I want to hear what she has to say. And how would you do that? Well, maybe like this. She brings her hand up and trails her fingers down my chest, through the hair there and the sweat, too. She takes one finger and presses it to her bottom lip, dragging it down slightly, getting lip balm on her finger. Her lip is plump and soft. I want to nip and suck, and do nothing else for the rest of our lives. Please, I whisper into the space between us, hot and heavy as it is with our breath and arousal. Please what? I don't know, kiss me. Anything, please. I'm not above begging, and I must have said the right thing because finally, she kisses me. Her lips are just as juicy and soft as they look, and I sink into the kiss easily, losing myself as our tongues move together and our bodies press flush. I will never tire of tasting her cherry lips.
Chapter 29. Shayla. You guys make such a good couple. I hope to see the two of you down the aisle soon. I almost drop my fork when I hear this. I take a deep breath and smile at Mrs. Cross. I feel like it is dishonest and prepare to remind her that it is all part of our adoption ploy. But before I can do this, Avery answers, Mom, that's a great observation. I hope we go down the aisle soon, too. My heart does a little pitter-patter, but in my head, I remind myself not to take it to heart. Maybe he hasn't told his mother that this is an arrangement. Before anything else can be said, Avery's dad comes into the room with both Jay and Kelsey and announces that he is taking them out for the day. Avery says that will be great. After we finish with breakfast, Avery goes up to the room and I follow. Pack yourself some clothes because we are going to have a date on Presque Isle Beach. When we get to the beach, Avery is happy because his favorite spot on the beach isn't busy. It's evening time, plus it's off season. Though the weather is nice for this time of year, no one else is around. The beach is something to behold in November. The water is emerald green and wildlife scurries everywhere. The beach is surrounded by a surprisingly thick number of trees, and it seems almost secluded. When we get to Avery's favorite spot, he puts the picnic basket down. Do you like this spot? It's my favorite, but we can move if you want. This spot is perfect, Avery. Why would I want to move? Avery takes out a bright blue plaid picnic mat and places it on top of the sand. Mom made sure we had plenty of snacks. This is great. Avery unpacks all kinds of plastic storage boxes with goodies. I can see deviled eggs and pickles in 2 of the boxes, and then some cake in another box. The sun begins to set. Avery catches me looking at him. He begins to flex his muscles and we both laugh. Stop making such a spectacle of yourself, Avery Cross. Avery obeys and sits down on the blue plaid blanket and starts to open up the storage boxes with food. I get on the blanket and help him. With all the boxes open, we start to eat. The food is delicious. I really love your parents. I didn't have anyone like that while I was in foster care. How many foster homes did you live in? At last count, there were 12. Wow. And I'm sorry to say that few of them had any family atmosphere whatsoever. That must have been hard. A little. We finish eating and put everything away. Avery motions for me to come sit by him, so I do. There is an unseasonable warm wind blowing on us. The sun has gone down, so Avery builds a fire so that we can see. So, Miss Shayla, are your finances that bad? Well, I have student loan debt, and soon I'll have to rustle up an apartment deposit, so that's a strain on the budget. Don't you have any savings? I wish. Avery and I connect with a smile. He has the most attractive smile. It is warm and sultry and makes me feel so good when he smiles at me. You know your debt will be paid if you so desire to be my wife. I stay silent because I don't know what to say. There is a sort of distance between me and Avery. The distance is there because we come from such different backgrounds. Avery deserves to be married to someone that he can connect with better. Then I remember that we are pretending so that he can show the adoption agency that he has a mother for his future children. He has no interest in connecting with me like that. I change the subject so that we can stop talking about me. Was it hard to quit the NBA? Well, the guys teased me all the time for wanting to quit to have kids, but it was the right thing to do. But your life must be so different now. I love being a principal at Holly Brooke. I don't regret leaving my party boy life at all. Avery takes my hand and squeezes it. He seems like he is struggling to say something more, but he stays silent in the end. The moon is out, and I can't help feeling restless. Avery sees this and suggests we take a walk. I do as he says and follow him across the sand. At first, our stroll is casual, but then we start to giggle and play like 2 kids in the sand. We end up racing along the beach, and when I tumble over, he helps me to my feet. As he pulls me up off the ground close to him, the heat coming from his body seems to travel to mine. I feel hot all over. My chest grows tight, and it burns with an emotion I don't recognize at first. A rush of heated temptation overtakes the 2 of us, and I can't fight it. I want to kiss Avery so bad. His powerful arms are holding me close to his chest so that I can feel his heart beating fast. I look into his eyes, and I find truth there. He wants me as much as I want him. Our lips collide together. I never, ever want to leave this moment.
Chapter 30. Avery. As I'm carrying Shayla to my car, our lips part. I have one thought in my mind, and only one thought. I have to make love to her tonight. I open the door to the back seat, bend over, move her into the seat, and lay her down. I'm panting hard from wanting her so badly. Shayla, I'm at my limit. I need to make love to you, now. I growl the last word as I plant kisses all over her neck. Avery, I want you to own me. Her voice is soft and purring. If you want to know where this spicy scene is headed, you won't be able to hear it now due to this platform's guidelines and restrictions. But we want to make it up to you by offering the unabridged version of any VIXA audiobook, including this one, for 40% off. All you need to do is go to VIXAVonRomance.com and use code VIXA40 at checkout. Are you enjoying the story so far? Let's get back into it.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 31. Shayla. I wake up in Avery's strong arms and remember the deliciousness that happened when we became one. I can't believe that our first time was in the back seat of this mid-sized car. Although it was a bit cramped, everything was perfect. Avery's arms are tight around me. I feel the safest that I have ever felt in my life. But it's morning, and I know I look terrible. I have to do something about the way I look before Avery wakes up. Being with Avery last night was perfect, and I don't want to ruin it by looking so bad when he wakes up. I've got to get to my hairbrush and makeup. It wouldn't hurt to change back into my clothes either. When I move to get out from under his muscular arms, Avery wakes up. "Good morning," Avery says, and then gives me a peck on the lips. This kiss, like all of his kisses, makes me tingle. I want to go back to what we were doing last night, but another attempt to be close in this car may just end in disaster, so I ignore my urges. I guess I better get dressed. "Do you have to?" Avery murmurs and kisses me again lightly on the lips. "I love your kisses, but people might begin to arrive, and I don't want to be caught naked." "Oh, come on. Pretend this is a nude beach." "Avery Cross, you are going to be the death of me." Avery laughs and lets me go. I struggle to find my clothes in this cramped back seat. I'm embarrassed to the point that I am giggling like a young schoolgirl. I never had this experience when I was in school. I was never with any boys. And now I am here with Avery, wondering if what we did was a good thing. It certainly felt good. And I know that we connected in a very big way. But was it the right thing to do? I see that my clothes are on the floor of the car. How am I going to bend over gracefully? What if the view of my body isn't as nice in the daylight? Will Avery regret having slept with me? There's nothing else for me to do but dive below and get my clothes. When I do, Avery slaps my behind, and I start to giggle uncontrollably. "I'm glad you can laugh about being cramped," Avery says. I grab my clothes and sit back up. I've been in smaller places. I regret saying this because it implies that I do things like this all the time. I feel my face grow hot. "What's the matter?" Nothing." I put on my underwear and my bra. Avery takes his hands and rubs my still naked back. I feel a buzz of electricity going through my body. I close my eyes and let out a sigh. Avery looks at me. This makes me nervous, so I say the first thing that comes into my mind. "I'm stiff from sleeping in the car." "I'll make this up to you, babe. Once we get home, I promise." I get serious for a minute and look at Avery. There's nothing to make up. I want to say so much more, but I don't really know how Avery is feeling about what happened. For me, the earth moved. But for Avery, this could have just been a casual situation. Avery gives me a kiss on the forehead and then starts getting dressed himself. We dress in silence. When he is finished, Avery gets out of the car and takes a little walk towards the water. I admire his backside as he is walking away from me. I finish dressing and get out of the back seat. Last night, we didn't put things away, so I go to the blue plaid picnic blanket and start to put things back into the picnic basket. Avery walks back and sees me picking up. Let me help. He gets on his knees and starts to close the boxes that I didn't get to. I take them from him and pack them in the basket. We make a good team, and we are done in just a few minutes. Well, let's load up the car and go. Sounds like a plan. I realize that Avery hasn't said anything at all about last night. He is just being casual. Sure, this must be how a playboy feels the day after. I wish that I could be so cool and calm. Inside of me, I have butterflies, and I can't make my heartbeat stop racing every time I look at Avery. As we drive along the coastline back to the house, I admire the view. It's lovely here, and most of the trees still hold brilliant fall foliage, even late in the season. I take my phone out and take a picture. I never want to forget this place. When we get to Avery's parents' house, we let ourselves in quietly. The kids and Avery's parents are still asleep. In a surprising move, Avery puts down the picnic basket and picks me up. I cuddle up against his shoulder as he climbs the stairs with me in his arms. He is so very strong. Softly, he walks to our bedroom and opens the door while still holding me. "What do you want, my precious love?" Avery asks. I want to say that I want to be in his world permanently, but I answer only that I want to rest. Avery kisses me on the forehead and puts me to bed. I am exhausted from a restless night in a cramped car, so I curl up to sleep. Before Avery leaves the bedroom, he kisses me and says that he will cook something for me when I wake up. I won't have long before activity spreads through the house, but for now, I can at least close my eyes for a few minutes. My heart flutters at him, promising me breakfast soon, and I close my eyes to dream the dreams of a woman in love.
Chapter 32. Avery. Tomorrow is back to school and our normal lives. Our short trip was pleasant, but we're officially getting back into the swing of an ordinary day back home. The aroma from downstairs fills my nose as soon as I step out of the shower. The sun is almost done setting, leaving the sky a dark purple on the other side of the bathroom window. Toweling myself off, I flick on the vents. A whir above me lets me know it's on, and almost immediately the steam starts to dissipate. I dry my hair last, rubbing the towel over my head before hanging it back up on the rack. I wonder what Shayla is cooking. I have no idea what it is, but it smells good. I open the door and the mirror is almost clear as I'm stepping out. I turn off the vent, letting the rest of the steam disappear naturally. Getting dressed, I can hear the kids and my faux fiancé becoming rowdy. The sound brings a smile to my face, and I wonder if the kids are helping her cook again. Every time she's in the kitchen, the two of them are right under her feet. They love helping her cook, and it makes me think there's a culinary future for at least one of them. Kelsey practically lights up every time she gets to mix anything. It's honestly adorable. I change into a pair of sweats and a plain white t-shirt, then go join everyone downstairs. The sweet smell intensifies as I get to the bottom of the stairs, coming to a peak as I walk into the kitchen. As soon as I see Shayla, I could swear my heart starts to race. She's looking down at the counter, knife in hand, as she cuts up a potato. Kelsey is on her one side, clumsily mixing a salad in a huge bowl, mostly just stirring it with a spoon and dancing. Jay is on the other side of her, peeling potatoes that look wet from being washed and talking about what sounds like a school project. Kelsey's eyes finally rip away from her bowl, and she looks over at me with a huge smile on her face. "Avery!" She drops the salad, hopping down from the counter and skipping over to me excitedly. "Hey, kiddo, what's up? Smells like you're cooking something delicious." I grin as she wraps her little arms around my waist. Rubbing her head, I give her a small pat on the back with the same hand after, She takes my free hand, pulling me further into the kitchen. "Shayla's making a roast!" she exclaims, and I chuckle as I look back at the counter. Shayla drops some chopped potatoes into a pot and brushes her hands as she looks up at me. "How was your shower?" she asks with a smile. I hoist Kelsey up on my hip and give her a hug. "It was good. I know what would have made it better, though." I give her a soft smirk and a wink, and I watch as she looks down at her hand with embarrassment. A beautiful little giggle leaves her mouth, and she takes the pot over to the sink. I set Kelsey back down as I feel her legs kick, and she goes back over to her spot at the counter. "I'm making a salad!" Kelsey turns the bowl to me, and I quickly step forward, catching it just before it slips out of her hands. A shocked expression on her face matches mine before she immediately starts giggling. "Oops!" She covers her mouth with her hands, laughing. I chuckle to myself, putting the bowl down on the counter. Shayla puts her pot on the stove, and I watch as Jay grabs the compost bin and starts scooping potato skins off the counter. Meanwhile, Shayla walks over to my side of the kitchen and right into my arms. We embrace, and I couldn't feel more zen at the moment. Dinner should be ready soon. I cut the potatoes small, so they would boil faster. She lays her head on my shoulder, and I kiss the crown of her head. "That's fine, I assume the kids have been good helpers." She nods, and Jay gives her a bemused thumbs up. "As always, I can't wait for you to try Kelsey's salad. She picked out the ingredients for it herself." She emphasizes the last word, and the look in her eye promises that it's going to be an interesting combo, to say the least. "I bet it's great," I say, winking at a hopeful-looking Kelsey. She gives me a beam of a smile. Eventually, the food is done, and Shayla ushers me and Jay out of the kitchen. She and Kelsey bring everything out to the dining room, and we all sit down to eat. Everything looks amazing. There are vegetables mixed in with an already carved roast, a big bowl of mashed potatoes, and Kelsey's special salad. The three people around me look so happy. Shayla and I serve Kelsey and Jay dinner first, cutting Kelsey's roast and bigger vegetable pieces up into small, chewable slices. They make small talk, and I'm more than happy to listen. My mind feels like it's running a mile a minute, my thoughts happy but racing. A small, nagging feeling in the back of my mind makes my happy thoughts turn sour. Is it just temporary? I don't want to leave Shayla after all of this is said and done. I've grown accustomed to this life, excited about it even. I already know that I love her, but does she love me back? Is she only here to make sure the kids have a stable home? Would she stay if I tell her I love her? I almost zone out, but a small, cute voice pulls me out of my thoughts. "Do you like the salad?" Kelsey asks, her head turned toward me with a sweet smile. I honestly hadn't even taken a bite of it, but I do so for her now. Staring down at my plate, I recognize a few regular salad pieces. Croutons, bacon bits, cucumber. But there are also cubed pieces of what looks like several types of cheese and cut-up tomatoes. I grabbed a big forkful and take a bite.
Chapter 33. Shayla. The days are going by very quickly because I am so happy. Living with Avery is the best. I have never felt so much fulfillment. In the morning, we all have breakfast together before school. Jay and Kelsey's chatter in the morning always makes us laugh. We sit in Avery's sunflower kitchen and have the best times. I love the feel of having a home so beautiful like Avery's. It is easy to keep the house clean, as there is no clutter. Yet now that there are kids in the house, there are toys and books strewn all over the place. Despite the mess, Avery is always in a good mood. I have never met anyone that is so even-tempered. Nothing seems to shake him up. I broke a valuable vase the other day, and Avery just laughed. He went to get the broom to clean it up. "I'll pay for that." "No need, Shayla, no need." I couldn't believe that Avery didn't get mad at me. Instead, after he cleaned up the mess, he came over and gave me a passionate kiss and a tight hug. This type of thing has never happened in my world before. I am used to angry shouts and having to meet impossible expectations. But I'm an adult now, living in my dream world. Every time Avery is close to me, he touches me in some kind of way. He pats my shoulder, he pats my back, he kisses me, and he hugs me whenever he can. I love it. I thought back at the beach that this passion was only a one-time thing, but it isn't. Loving Avery has become such a regular and natural thing. I can't believe it. I don't think Avery is faking it with me, but then again, he used to be a playboy, going with all kinds of women. Maybe this is just a regular thing with him. Maybe it doesn't mean as much to him as it does to me. Parenting Jay and Kelsey also seems to be very natural for the two of us. Avery and I prepare meals together, and the whole family cleans up afterwards. Avery always turns on some fun music, and we all dance around the kitchen, getting it ready for our next meal. But one day, I noticed that Jay seems to be acting strangely. "Jay, what's wrong? You're wincing like you're in pain." "It's nothing, Shayla," Jay says and runs up to his room. "I don't like the sound of this." At night when the kids are in bed, I tell Avery, "I don't know what is happening with this kid, but something is wrong, Avery. I'll check it out tomorrow." "Thanks. It could be nothing. Or it could be mother's intuition." I love the way that sounds. Mother's intuition. I feel like a mother, that's for sure. The next day, Jay is late getting home. We don't understand why, so we ask him. "Jay, where have you been? It's late," Avery says. Jay shrugs. "I was attending a group project." Again, Jay runs up to his room before I can ask any questions. This doesn't sit well with me, but Avery doesn't seem bothered by it. I try not to make a big deal of it, but my heart won't rest until I know what is going on. After we put Kelsey to bed, the phone rings. Avery goes to answer it. I decide to check on Jay. When I open the door to his bedroom, I catch Jay checking a bruise on his back. The bruise is rather large, almost the size of a mid-sized melon. It is blue on the edges, but black in the middle. The skin around it is discolored. "Where's that from?" I ask with panic. Jay looks at me, embarrassed, and like I've caught him doing something wrong. He quickly pulls his shirt over the bruise. "It's nothing, Shayla, just something I got playing basketball." Jay looks me straight in the eyes, pleading with me to stop asking questions. But I can't. I am responsible for him, and it's such a huge bruise. I go sit on the edge of Jay's bed, and he lays on his back. I want to look at the bruise some more, but Jay's position makes it tough. "Come on, Jay. Let me see you up close." "I'm really sleepy, Shayla. Please let me go to sleep." Jay is a small boy to start out with, but now he looks so little, pleading with me. I just want to scoop him up in my arms and stop any pain that he is feeling. There's a knock on the door, and Avery comes in. "Good night, Jay." I look at Avery with a bit of panic in my eyes. Avery catches this and comes into the room. "Jay, can you show Avery the bruise on your back?" "Bruise?" Avery asks. "It's nothing. He says he got it playing basketball." "Well, then I have to see." Jay senses that he isn't going to get out of this, so he sits up and takes off his shirt. Both Avery and I see the bruise in full at the same time and gasp in our own respective ways. "That's not a basketball bruise, is it?" Avery says. "Where did you get that horrible bruise?" I ask. Jay has nothing to tell us. A tear starts to go down Jay's cheek, and I know that something is happening. It breaks my heart to see him like this. "Jay, please tell us what happened." Jay opens his mouth to say something and then shuts it. I feel a certain terror in my heart. What could be going on that Jay finds it hard to tell us? I'm scared that our happy home is going to be torn apart when Jay answers us. But there is nothing to do but wait for the boy to be ready to let us in.
Chapter 34. Avery. When I came into the room, I didn't expect to see Jay and Shayla in such a panic. I was just going in for a hug and to tuck Jay in, but when Shayla spoke, I could hear and see the panic on her face. This worries me. Jay's room is my old trophy room. I've kept the trophies on the wall, but I added a twin bed for Jay and a dresser for him to keep his clothes. The room is done in a fluorescent blue and gold, which are my old team's colors. Jay also seems to like this. Little by little, my house is turning into a home, and not just a cold mausoleum dedicated to my NBA career. I bought my team's official NBA comforter, sheets, and even curtains to make Jay smile. But tonight, he's doing everything but smiling and being happy. I feel a lump in my throat because I fear something is going to happen to turn our happy home into a sad one. Jay, that's a mighty big bruise. Jay doesn't seem to want to directly talk about it, so I come up with a way to approach this issue sideways. Where's the ointment, Shayla? We better attend to this bruise right away. I'll get it. Shayla leaves the room, and it is just Jay and me. He seems relieved. I strike while the iron is hot. What's going on, Jay? Where did you get that bruise, for real? Jay scrunches up his face to think. I don't like that he has to think about what he's going to say. I ran over, I had a slight mishap with my bicycle on the way home. This answer doesn't sit well with me. What kid Jay's age uses the word mishap? I pretend to accept this answer so that Jay can calm down a bit. He's bouncing his leg up and down under the covers. A telltale sign if I've ever seen one for being nervous. So, what happened to your bike? I ask. Jay jumps out of bed. This startles me a bit. Whoa, what's going on? Can I show you what happened to my bike? Jay says excitedly. Sure. At that moment, Shayla comes back to the room with some ointment. Hold your horses. First, let me put some ointment on your back. Come on, Avery. Let me show you what happened to my bike. Okay. I give Shayla a look and she backs off with the ointment. We follow Jay down the hall and then down the kitchen stairs. Jay keeps his bike right outside the kitchen door, so he opens the door and rolls his bike into the kitchen. See the scratches? Jay asks. I see. I finger the scratches on the bike. They could have been made by anything. Jay's story of running over something and having a mishap could be true by the look of the marks, but I'm still feeling suspicious. Shayla says nothing, but she manages to smile at Jay through her panic. I try to do the same thing. I can tell both Shayla and I are on the same page as it pertains to Jay's bike scratches. The bike is a bright, shiny red with a banana-style black seat. It's a classic bike that Jay has kept in pristine condition until now. Put your bike away and go up to bed. I still need to put some ointment on the bruise, I say. Do you believe me? Jay says. His eyes are bright with tears. I know he wants to cry, but he is being brave. This also adds to my suspicion, however. I don't want to lie to him, but then I don't want to send him into another panic. So I just pat him on the back and nod my head. This could mean anything. This is good enough for Jay. He puts up his bike and then runs upstairs. Shayla and I follow him. He runs into his room, and we get there a few seconds later. This kid is fast, and it makes me proud. Like he is my son. I'm always dreaming about his future as an NBA player. Hey, it could happen. Get into bed, Jay. Keep the shirt off. Shayla hands me the ointment, and I begin to lightly coat Jay's bruise. I've had a lot of bruises from playing basketball, but nothing like this. Based on Jay's bruise, the impact that caused it must have been heavy. A basketball couldn't have made this bruise, no matter how hard it was thrown. Maybe Jay bumped into someone's elbow as they were about to throw the ball. I search my memory for a bruise of this type. I can't come up with one. I'm sorry. Does this hurt, Jay? A little. I finish rubbing the ointment and put the cap back on the tube. I'm finished. You can go to sleep now. Thanks, Avery. You're welcome. Then Shayla moves to the bed and finishes tucking Jay in. She has just the right touch. I see Jay's face lose its stress. She kisses him on the forehead and says goodnight. Jay reaches out for a hug instead, and she gives him one. It's all gonna be okay, Jay. Jay smiles at Shayla, and this seems to calm her a bit, but as soon as we leave his room, I see that she is still in a panic. What's going on? Shayla whispers. I I take her hand and walk her to our room. I shut the door so that Jay won't hear. I've got my suspicions too, but everything is going to be all right, Shayla. I'll make sure of it. All right, Avery, I'm going to hold you to that. I pull Shayla into a hug. Still, I can't help wonder if I will really be able to take care of it as confidently as I say.
Chapter 35. Shayla. My eyes feel like they keep flicking to the clock. Only 15 more minutes until we go pick up Kelsey. When Avery and I told her this morning that we would be going to the park after school today, she was over the moon ecstatic. We chose not to tell her that we were also going to get ice cream. Avery has been really busy these last few weeks. We haven't seen much of him until dinner time since we got back to Philly. I can tell that the kids have felt his busy schedule, so I think this will be a good time for us all to see each other outside of work and dinner. When I turn my head, Avery is already looking at me. I'm waiting out the end of the day in his office, with a few files of work I brought along with me. We both share a smile. I don't know how he still makes my heart flutter whenever we make eye contact. Everything is just unbelievably perfect. I'm still smiling when I look back down at my work. Then quiet, shuffled footsteps walk into the office. Hi, Shayla. Hi, Avery. The soft voice of Jay fills the comfortable silence, and we both say hi back at the same time. I hear him take a seat in the few waiting chairs against the wall. When I look up, he's already nose deep in a book. He looks so relaxed. The difference in him is uncanny. Even compared to when we first started taking care of him and Kelsey, they both have come out of their shells more now than I think they ever would have if we didn't bring them into our care. As the time gets closer and closer to when the kindergarten lets them out, the field trip form I have to draft up catches my attention less and less. All of the 5th grade classes seem to want their field trips at the same time, so all day today I've been writing up the same forms, drafting them, and having Avery look over them to make sure they're all right. Understandably, it's been a lot of making excuses to go into his office and stare at the same copy-pasted signature. I can tell he's also been making excuses to come see me. Be it a new draft that needs to be made or his claim that I looked like I needed a kiss. The thought even now makes my cheeks heat. I love working so close to him. I can smell the waft of his cologne, and I can feel his eyes on me, almost making me squirm in my chair. I feel like a giggly schoolgirl. It's a sweet feeling, and I just hope he feels the same way about me. Well, I'm done, are you? The sound of Avery's chair sliding out from behind his desk, followed by his footsteps, rushes me along on the last form I had to format, pressing the save key as his hand comes down to gently caress my shoulder. I nod and look up at him. He lifts his fingers off my shoulder to gently brush against my jaw. And I honestly think I'm in love. Let's go pick up Kelsey. He steps back while I turn off my computer before getting up from my desk and grabbing my bag. His briefcase is already in his other hand, and he uses the free one to grab mine as we head to the door. Jay is close behind, shoving his book back into his bag. Before we leave, I turn off the lights and lock the office door. The kindergarten isn't far from our office, just a short walk across the campus. We take it in stride, as I know Kelsey is probably sitting against the outside wall, just waiting for us to come to take her to the swings. We leave out the door closest to the kindergarten building, but we don't see her or her teacher. Avery brings a hand up to his forehead, and so do I. With the minimal sun blocking our hands provide, we still can't see where she is. My pace instinctively picks up, and as we get to the side of the building, I can see her teacher inside. Avery holds the door open for us, and I usher Jay in first. The teacher perks up almost immediately, seeing all of us. Her face seems etched in worry, which makes me tighten my hand on Avery. He gives me a supportive squeeze back. As the teacher walks over to us, I'm not sure what to think. Hi, Miss Davis. Mr. Cross, could you step into the classroom for a minute? She steps back, waving us into the colorful room. We all walk in together, and I see Kelsey. She's with a woman I don't recognize. It's not one of the school's social workers. What is going on? My mind wants to race a mile a minute. The first thing I notice about Kelsey is how distressed she looks. The woman keeps trying to pull her sweater on, but she's refusing and trying to get away. I can see the second she notices us because she finally pulls her arm away from the woman and runs over to my legs. I let go of Avery's hand to scoop her into my arms, and she hugs me tightly. My heart almost breaks a bit. She seems so scared. Who is this woman? She turns to look at us. Before I can open my mouth to ask her, Jay speaks up. Mom? I stiffen immediately. Her eyes look from Jay to Avery, and then finally to me. I watch her look between my face and the back of Kelsey's head, which is firmly nestled in my shoulder. I can still feel her quivering a bit.
Chapter 36. Avery. The school is abuzz with what happened in Kelsey's classroom. I can't believe that her mother has shown up here. She is a very small and tiny woman with straggly blonde hair. She is also very stressed and jumpy. Her eyes dart from left to right, and she keeps snapping her fingers for no reason that I can see. Why don't you come to our home so that we can better talk about this situation? Amanda Benson looks at me indirectly, avoiding any eye contact. That'll be all right. Just give me the address so that I can put it into my GPS app. Sure. I give Amanda the address, and she puts it directly into her phone. We agree to see each other in an hour, and Amanda leaves the school. I take a deep breath and try to stop shaking. I can't believe that the kid's mother has resurfaced. The report that I read about the kids described Amanda Benson as being mentally ill. I think about the way she talked, and her nervous tics, and this makes sense to me. When Amanda is gone, Shayla looks at me. Are you sure that inviting her to our home is a good move? It's the only way I could think to get her out of the school before she started any trouble. Shayla gives me a hug. I'm sorry I said that. No worries, Shayla. I hug her back. All during the drive home, I practice the questions I'm going to ask and the things I am going to say. Shayla is quiet as I rehearse, but she is supportive with her smiles. When we get there, Amanda gets out of her car. We exchange some pleasantries. When the kids come out of the car, she immediately goes to hug them. Kelsey likes the hug, but Jay not so much. Shayla, take the kids upstairs and get them settled. I'll talk to Amanda in the living room. Shayla takes a confused Kelsey and Jay upstairs. Miss Benson, would you like anything to drink? I'll take a cola if you have it. Sure. I go into the kitchen and take a Coke out of the pantry. I get a glass and fill it with ice. I take the can and the glass out to the living room. Thank you, Mr. Cross, Amanda says and takes the glass and the can. Just call me Avery. I'd rather stick to Mr. Cross. I nod my head and sit down on the couch. Amanda sits in the chair across from the couch. Amanda pours her Coke into the glass. She waits a minute for the bubbles to settle down before she takes a drink. Again, her eyes are darting back and forth. As you can see, this is a big house, so there is plenty of room for the children. We encourage them to go outside and play with the neighborhood kids. That's good enough, all right, but what about their fake mother? I swallow hard. What does this person know? I'm sure you take care of the kids just fine, even though you are a playboy at heart. Surely, Miss Benson, you can see that I've changed my life. Have you? Living with a woman and pretending isn't really changing your life for the good. Is it, Mr. Cross? How does she know the whole story? Who told her? Nonetheless, I have to run some kind of defense here. Miss Benson, I don't know what you've heard, but I am a specialist when it comes to children. I have a degree in... I don't really care about your fancy degrees. I just care that you are lying to everyone, Mr. Cross. That says a lot about who you really are. Miss Benson, you can check up on me as I have lived most of my life in the public eye, and... What would it be like for your public to know that you are living a big lie? I can expose you, Mr. Cross, not only to your public, but to the adoption agency, the school board, and the parents, for taking my children and using them to your advantage. Now, Miss Benson, that's not the whole story. Amanda glares at me. She lifts the glass to her lips and guzzles the rest of her Coke. She puts the glass down on the coffee table and then gives me a wicked look. Now that she has her hands free, she begins to snap her fingers. Work this out, huh? Do you really think we can work out your duplicity? Upstanding principal, basketball hero, and big liar. How can we fix this? I feel like jumping off the couch, kneeling in front of Amanda, and begging. But I've got to be cool. I say nothing so that she will talk more and give me a glimpse of what she is planning to do. I'll even drag your employee into this. But yes, there is a way to stop this. How about you give me $100,000 and my kids after 1 week? Her demands knock the wind out of me. I just mumble for the rest of my time with Amanda. After she leaves, Shayla comes down to see what is happening. How did things go, Avery? I struggle with wanting to tell Shayla everything, but I don't want to worry her. Don't worry, Shayla. Everything is under control. Shayla buys my confidence, even if I don't. She gives me a hug. I'll get dinner together in a jiffy. Shayla leaves me to go to our kitchen, and I'm stuck in the living room with my thoughts. I'm so afraid that I will lose Shayla and the kids. I need to make myself a plan so that doesn't happen. But will it be the right plan?
Chapter 37. Shayla. I put the last dish in the cabinet and wipe off the granite kitchen counter. Tonight I'm the only one cleaning up. Avery had work to do, and the kids are watching a cartoon special in the den. Time for baths, I shout into the den. Okay, Shayla, we're going now, Jay answers. We've got such great kids. They never give me any worries. I supervise baths and get the kids into bed while Avery is locked in his study. I wonder if I will be in bed by myself tonight. By bedtime, there is still no Avery. I put on my nightgown, wash my face, and brush my teeth. I miss the usual banter that goes on between me and Avery in this room. This wonderful room in blue and gold, Avery's team colors. I think about how there is very little of me in this room. This is because this is all pretend. We are pretending to be a happy couple. But when something goes down, Avery doesn't include me in it like we are a true couple. The door opens a half hour later, and it is Avery. He is so serious nowadays. I don't think I've seen him smile since Amanda Benson came into our lives. The kids are asleep. Good. Avery goes to his closet and changes into his night clothes, which are basically just his old basketball practice shorts and a t-shirt from one of the many kids' basketball camps that he runs during the summer. I get into bed and turn to my side. Avery gets into bed beside me. We are two strangers in bed. We get up early so there is no time to waste with chit-chat, but my heart says something different. Avery, please don't do everything by yourself. I can't stand seeing you like this. The tears start to fall on my cheeks. I'm glad that Avery can't see me. I don't want him to know how much I care. I need to stick to the plan and remember that all of this is just pretend. What do you mean, Shayla? I wipe my tears and take a deep breath. It's all right, Avery. You do you. What? Good night. I close my eyes, even though my heart is burning and I want to start sobbing. I can hold my feelings inside of me, just like I did when I was a foster kid. I hear Avery sigh. He comes closer to me and then I feel his arms around me. I've been a complete jerk, haven't I? This is where I can open up and tell the truth, but dare I? Avery nudges me. Turn around to face me. I turn around, and Avery's face just seems to melt. The coldness that has been there for days is gone. Instead, there is a very concerned Avery. You've been crying? It's all right, Avery. I get too emotional from time to time. Avery lets go of me and sits up in bed. I get out of bed and step my way through the plush navy carpet and into the bathroom to get some tissue paper to blow my nose. Where are you going? I'm just blowing my nose. Okay, come back here and be with me, please. I need you. I can't believe what I am hearing. I walk back into the bedroom, and Avery has turned on the lamps. His hair is all messed up, and he looks like a little boy. I want to rush to him and give him a hug because he looks so lost. I should have shared this with you from the beginning, but I didn't want to worry you. I start to get angry. We are in this together, Avery. Why would you keep anything from me? Avery runs his left hand through his hair. I see the glimmer of his NBA championship ring that he is still wearing, even though he usually takes it off before bed. Come to bed, Shayla, and I'll tell you everything. The invitation is painfully sincere for Avery. How could I refuse him? I climb into bed, and he extends his arms. I refuse them and just lay on my side, looking up at him. I'm afraid that I'm losing my temper. Shayla, Amanda Benson wants 100 grand from me. What? Oh, Avery, do you have the money? Of course I do, but it's the principle of the thing. Once I start giving her money, where will it stop? What's she got on you, Avery? Somehow, she knows all about our situation, and she is prepared to expose me to the public, school board, and the parents. I take a deep breath. Avery looks like he could cry. My anger is fading. Then we have to think of something. I've been trying, Shayla, but I can't come up with anything on my own. I need you. Maybe we are just pretending to be married, but I know for sure at this point, with him needing me, that we are good friends. I sit up and face Avery. I don't have any suggestions right now, but I am happy that you are asking. Why? Because together, we can fight this Amanda Benson person. Together, we can come up with something that will work. I can't lose Kelsey and Jay. Neither can I. No matter what Amanda Benson says, she is not a fit mother. The kids will end up in foster care, and I can't let that happen. I want to reach over and give Avery a reassuring kiss, but I hold back. Instead, I touch his shoulder lightly. He cocks his head so that it rests on my shoulder. What would I do without you, Shayla? You're the best. Avery slides down into the bed. He takes me in his arms, and I wonder where the line of pretend has gone.
Chapter 38, Avery. It's been almost a week, and I haven't come up with anything that will save the day. I don't want to lose Kelsey and Jay, but what can I do? Amanda Benson has me dead to rights with the truth. Shayla and I are sitting in the living room. I really need to make the place over so that it is more of a family home. I've got NBA pictures on the wall, and of course, the room is done in navy and gold. My 80-inch TV on the wall is blaring out the news, but I'm ignoring it. I've made myself comfortable on my gold corduroy sofa. This is the best seat in the house. Shayla sits next to me drinking a cup of chamomile tea. She offered me some, but what am I? An old lady now. I put my feet on the glass coffee table, but Shayla gives me a look, so I take them off the table. I love the way Shayla is so motherly. She's such a comfort to me. I can't tell her how much. What has started out as pretend is really growing into the real thing. I wonder if Shayla has noticed. She has her eyes closed while drinking her tea. "What you thinking?" I ask. Shayla opens her eyes and smiles at me. It's a consolation smile, so I know she's been thinking about the situation. It's almost a week. I know. I'm racking my brains for something to do. I thought we were going to think together. We are. I was going to share with you. Shayla throws her head back and laughs. I love the sound of her laughter. What's so funny? Oh, Avery, were you really going to share with me? Of course. So, tell me what's been on your mind. I don't know what to tell Shayla. We are in a real serious situation, and I have not come up with anything. If the truth be told, I'm out of ideas. You had ideas? Shayla finishes her cup of tea and puts the NBA mug down. She turns to face me, giving me her total attention. I feel myself break out in a sweat. Well, we could run away with the kids. You know, we'd have to be totally off the grid. Yes, and I don't think I could be. It's enough for me to shut off my phone and not use technology, but someone is bound to recognize me. I start to bite the nails on my left hand. What are we going to do? Shayla asks. Then I hear a thumping on the stairs and look to find Jay coming down the stairs. What are you doing out of bed? Jay looks bashful. I need to talk to you and Shayla. About what? Jay doesn't say anything. The kid looks like he's about to burst into tears. Shayla gets up from the sofa and goes to Jay. Come sit down with us. Everything is going to be okay. No, it's not. Why would the kid say that? Come over here, Jay. What's going on? Jay walks over to me like I am going to swat him. I'm not going to hurt you, Jay. That's right. Whatever you have to tell us is going to be all right, Shayla says. Jay shakes his head and stops just inside the living room. I've gone and done it. I've really gone and done it. Shayla and I exchange looks of confusion. What's going on, Jay? Jay looks down at his slippers. I'm the reason you're in trouble, Avery. How? I told my mom about you and Shayla pretending to be married so that you could be my mom and dad. I'm feeling perspiration on my forehead and my heart starts to beat fast. Shayla gets up from the sofa and takes Jay into her arms. Oh, Jay, it's all right, honey, Shayla says. Jay pushes her away. No, it isn't. If I didn't tell them the truth, my mother's boyfriend was going to do terrible things to you and Shayla. I couldn't let that happen. Did they actually say that, Jay? Yes, Jay whispers. I feel for the little dude. He's trembling now and really scared. I feel anger at this boyfriend that I do not know. How dare he make threats to a kid so young? Jay looks at Shayla and I. You guys are in trouble because of me and Kelsey. I'm so sorry, Avery and Shayla. I love you both so much. I jump up from the sofa and this startles Jay. It's all right, buddy, I say. No one is going to do anything to us or to you. I've got this. What's going to happen to me and Kelsey? I can't go back, Avery. Mom's boyfriend is really mean, especially to Kelsey. You gotta believe me, Jay. I won't let anything happen to you. Jay puts his arms around me and squeezes. This breaks my heart. Shayla puts her arms around both of us. Jay, you and Kelsey have us for life. We will never surrender you. We're going to figure this out, Shayla says. I sure hope so, Shayla. I don't want to be anywhere but here. I feel a lump in my throat, so I don't dare say anything. I'll let Shayla handle this.
Chapter 39. Shayla. Avery's poker face is not great. I'm half turned around, trying to help Kelsey unwrap her sandwich, and I can see Avery's hardened expression out of the corner of my eye. Pushing a smile, I finally hand her the corner-cut half of a jam sandwich. Thank you, she chirps as she starts to eat it. Slowly, I add, giving Jay a soft smile before I turn around again. He seems mostly unbothered with me, staring at his book and sipping on a juice box. How far out are we? The smooth, handsome voice of my fiancé questions as I look down at the GPS. Stretching my fingers across the screen, I zoom out to see how far away the ski resort is. Maybe another 45 minutes. Less if you want to get pulled over. I lift my tone so he knows I'm joking, and all I get in response is a soft laugh and a hint of a smile. After just 3 times down the hill, Kelsey looks up at me with her adorable wide eyes. Can we go inside for some cocoa now? She asks, a cute little pout on her face. There is no possible way I could say no. Of course. Let's go find the boys, and then we can go get you some cocoa. I pat her nose with my mitt, and she breaks out into an excited smile. Taking her hand, we slowly make our way over to the bottom of the tall hills. Even looking all the way up to the top, I want to get queasy. It is way steeper than anything we have attempted today, and yet watching Avery shred the snow, you would have thought it was another bunny hill. Jay isn't far behind him. He looks less steady than Avery, but follows his path almost to a T. Before I even get the chance to point them out to Kelsey, she's already pulling on my arm and waving her purple mittens in their direction. Look, Avery and Jay. Avery slides in smoothly in front of us, and Jay follows behind him. Hey, pretty ladies, what are you doing over here? He asked, pulling his goggles up on top of his toque. Kelsey and I were going to grab some hot chocolate. I wanted to see if either of you want to come with us. I bend over to unstrap my skis, and then Kelsey's too. I'm all right, but maybe Jay does. He smiles his same charming smile that always makes my heart quiver a bit before we all look back at the quiet teenager. I'd like to come. He bends over, takes off the snowboard, and picks it up. That settles it then. As both the kids come to my side, I catch Avery giving a 1,000-yard stare to the three of us. Putting a hand on my hip, I watch his attention catch on my face again as he zones back in. We'll be inside. Don't stay out too long. It's hard to drive with frostbite. I want the joke to come off casually, stepping toward him and pressing a kiss to his exposed cheek. He quickly reacts, holding me there by my waist and returning the favor. I'll be in soon. With that, he lets me go, and the three of us make our way back to the lift to go to the lodge. Can you grab Kelsey while I bring in all the boards? Avery is already halfway out of the car when he asks, walking past her door to the trunk. I nod, basically to myself, and turn around. Kelsey is still sleeping, head resting against the back of her seat. Jay, however, is starting to wake up. His sleepy eyes look out the window, and he immediately starts to undo his seatbelt. I can only giggle at how tired he looks. It's late. We didn't leave the resort until after dusk. Climbing out of the car, I start pulling Kelsey out, unbuckling, and making sure to grab her stuffed animal, Blinky, as well. Walking with her up to the door, she merely wraps herself around me, resuming the soft, subtle breathing of a sleeping child. I unlock the door and flick on the lights, heading straight up to her room to put her to bed. I can hear the front door close a few minutes later, while I am tucking her in and handing her Blinky. When I walk into our bedroom, Avery is already showered and changing for bed. I crawl in with him and he turns to me. I really don't want to give the kids back. I raise my eyebrows and nod. Me either, but we're not going to have to. We're out of options, Shayla. I open my mouth, hoping we can have a conversation and I can quell his anxiety, but he jumps ahead of me to keep talking. I was thinking about it today, and if I resign and pay you child support, then you can keep the kids and have a life. I can see the weight come off his chest as he finishes, and it makes me honestly astounded. Did he just sign himself away to this without even talking to me? What are you even talking about? I can help you fight for custody, and the adoption agency will approve you for sure. That way, we both don't have to lose our jobs and the kids. He's talking like it's all facts when the thought of the possibility makes me want to be sick. Absolutely not. I climb out of bed, and his face looks genuinely surprised. If you think you can just choose this for me and expect me to just accept that you are going to give up your life, you're wrong. I shove my feet into my slippers and grab my robe. How dare he? Just giving up like that. He must be out of his mind. Wait, he calls after me. I'm already across the room and heading out of the door. We'll talk about this in the morning.
Chapter 40. Avery, what is happening with Shayla? She's been so quiet that I don't know what's going on in her mind, much less her heart. There's a gap between the two of us these days. A huge yawn sneaks up on me. My eyes are so heavy from lack of sleep. I drop my pen, realizing I've read the same paper 3 times and understood none of it. I stand up, stretch, and leave my office. Before entering the break room, I look over at Shayla's office. She's with a student. I sigh, missing her and our old closeness. I pour coffee into my travel mug. I add creamer and some sugar. When I take a swig, I grimace. How old is this? A week old? Caroline comes in just then. Avery, we don't use that language here. I give her a glare. She sighs. Hey, just because something is off kilter with you and Shayla, don't take it out on us. My jaw drops. Yeah, we all know it. You're like a bear with two sore paws, and Shayla's moody. I sigh. I'm sorry. I said something to Shayla a few days ago, and she got mad at me. Avery, you're a professional. You have some counseling skills. Approach her and work it out. I put the mug down. I want to approach her, but I don't know how because this is my fault. You're a rare one. Not many men admit when they've put themselves in the doghouse. What happened? I open my mouth, then realize that I can't talk about what's going on with the kids and their mother. We'll work it out. I'll talk to her tonight. You'd better. I go back to my office and pray the coffee will wake me up. Hell with this. I'm going to walk around the school. Maybe that'll jog something loose. Locking my office, I take off. I avoid Shayla's office and go in the opposite direction. When I get back, my brain is working a little bit better. I sit down and try to focus on the paperwork. I get a little bit of it done by the end of the day. In the car, Shayla is silent. She talks to the kids, who are still timid. It's a quiet ride home. In the kitchen, Shayla and I make dinner. None of us are hungry. Kids, go take your baths and finish your homework, I finally declare when I'm tired of the nearly silent dinner. After we get the kids to bed, Shayla puts on pajamas. Seeing that she has a long-sleeve shirt and joggers on, I know I won't be able to touch much skin tonight. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Shayla's voice is distant. Yup, still angry. Shayla, can we talk? Not now. I'm too tired. Her head is dipped low and her shoulders slump. I give up. After about half an hour, I go to bed once the doors are locked and the lights turned off. In our room, I see Shayla is completely covered and her eyes are closed. I sigh and go to the bathroom to get ready for bed. In bed, I pray for sleep to arrive. Nothing. It feels like hours have passed. Then I notice the bed is shaking slightly. I roll over and realize that Shayla's shoulder is shaking. I reach out without thinking to roll her into my arms and cradle her. Sweetheart, what is it? What's wrong? I try to keep my voice as soothing as possible. She cries harder. I pull her tighter into my chest and let her cry it out. I'm just so worried about you. Ever since the kid's mom approached us. Her voice stops and hitches. She lets out a breath so she can calm down. I'm worried because I love you. I'm afraid to lose you and the kids. The weight on my chest lifts and I feel like I could float over the bed. You love me? I love you too. Somehow we're going to work this out. We have two smart minds and two loving hearts. That has to count for something. Shayla wraps her arm around me after wiping the last of her tears from her face. Avery, I think we can figure this out without you having to give up a career that you love. For instance, we already know that their mother is not a good parent. We have proof that she abandoned them. Let's not worry until we see what the judge says. I can't talk. She's right. I nod, then give her a deep, loving kiss. All we can do is wait for their decision.
Chapter 41. Shayla. The morning sun is bursting through the light gold bedroom curtains, so I close my eyes and try to get back to sleep. But Avery's phone alarm is going off. I turn to face Avery, who at once kisses me and tells me again that he loves me. He shuts off his phone and takes me in his arms. How did you sleep? I slept well, thanks. I'm going to be lazy this morning. I think not, my lady. Avery laughs. We have 2 hungry kids, and it's family game day. I slide under the sheets and pull the covers over my head. I forgot. I'll jump in the shower and be down in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. 2 shakes, huh? I come out from underneath the covers. I promise. Avery kisses me on the forehead and gets out of bed. I'll start breakfast, but make it one shake, okay? I like being a team with you downstairs. I wink at Avery. Will do. One shake it is. I sleep for 10 more minutes and then jump into the shower. It always amazes me how Avery has kept the theme of basketball so prevalent in his house. In the middle of the gold bath tile, Avery has the crest of his basketball team. The towels are also official team towels in navy and gold. The kids are laughing at the kitchen table as Avery is flipping pancakes. What's so funny about pancakes? I ask when I come into the kitchen. Avery is making teacher pancakes, and they are so hilarious, Jay says. Look at the way he made Miss Hennessy, with her big hair and all, Kelsey says. I check the pancakes and find that Avery is a very talented pancake artist. I tell him so and give him a kiss on the cheek. The children giggle at our show of affection. I roll my eyes and make a funny face, and so does Avery. When the children finish with their pancakes, I make them go to the den to get our game ready. It's Kelsey's turn first, so we are going to play Candyland. I saw this coming, so I made some Candyland treats after dinner last night. I go to the fridge to get them out, and Avery sits down at the table to have his breakfast of eggs, bacon, and pancakes. Boy, can that man eat. He never even gains an ounce. Shayla, sit down with me. I have something I want to tell you. Avery is serious, so I stop what I am doing and sit down next to him at the table. What's up, Avery? Avery takes a bit of his eggs and chews for a minute or so, and then he answers me. I've hired someone to help us. A private investigator that the team uses for certain problems like the one we are having. What kinds of problems do NBA players have? You know, paternity suits and stuff like that. I steal a slice of bacon, and Avery pretends to stab me with his fork. We both laugh. I'm hoping that Jiggs finds some fault with Amanda Benson that we can use to prove that she's unfit. Oh, she's unfit, I declare. Jiggs' job will be easy if that's all he's looking for. Jiggs will find out all kinds of things, but we need to stay focused if we are going to win this thing. What about the boyfriend? Well, since they aren't married, can't we prove that she is unfit because he is an inappropriate person to have around the kids? I point out. Sure, that's true. I hadn't thought of it that way. I'm nervous about this, but it is clear that Avery wants to keep us all together, no matter what. I'm on board, Avery. You seem to think highly of this Jiggs person. I totally support you. I know we will win under these circumstances. Avery smiles and takes another piece of bacon and hands it to me. I take a bite and think for a minute. Let me get these treats ready for the kids. That should give you enough time to finish your breakfast. Thanks. Avery winks at me. It's just a few minutes before Avery finishes, and we are playing Candyland with Jay and Kelsey. I love these marshmallows. Marshmallows, Kelsey. Can't you ever get anything right? I'm sorry, Jay. I will try harder. Avery ruffles Kelsey's hair, slightly messing up her ponytail. I resist the urge to fix the ponytail because it is my turn to play. I'm going to beat all of you, Jay shouts. I roll the dice. We shall see, my boy. I roll the dice, and I get stuck in the marshmallow swamp. The kids laugh. I'll get you out, Shayla. Don't worry, Kelsey says. I love the way Kelsey's face lights up when we are playing games. She has just lost her front teeth, so everything she says comes out in a sweet way. I love that I am getting to experience the Tooth Fairy with Kelsey. Jay, on the other hand, is going through a rough and tumble phase. He wants to be just like Avery. I watch him as he plays the game and notice that he has his cap on backwards like Avery. These kids are my world now, and I hope that never changes.
Chapter 42. Avery. Some days my office is boring, but not today. Today there is a rather large manila envelope waiting to be opened on my desk. Jiggs has done his job. Knowing Jiggs, he has gone above and beyond expectations. My stomach rumbles because it is lunchtime, but I've skipped lunch because I'm so nervous about what is in the manila envelope. The bell rings, signaling the beginning of the last lunch period. It is now or never, so I tear open the manila envelope. And there are so many pictures. Amanda Benson is a very busy woman. Then I notice her holding hands with a guy that I have seen before in the newspapers. The guy is drug syndicate leader Jackson Burroughs. My heart stops. I didn't think that Amanda would be with anyone substantial. This guy is very dangerous. As I'm thinking, I hear the door open. I open my eyes to see Jay's sneakers. "Avery, can we talk?" Jay says. I quickly put on a stern face. "Why aren't you at lunch?" Jay's face is white and ashen. He's really worried about something. "I don't feel like eating. Let me walk you to the cafeteria, Jay." Jay sits down in one of the green club chairs in front of my desk. "Avery, I have to tell you something." "Okay, buddy. What is it?" Jay's face is so serious for a kid. I'm really getting worried about what he is going to say. I put on my thoughtful face and nod at Jay to begin. "Avery, Kelsey and I need to go back to our mom so that you and Shayla don't have anything happen to you. My mom is really bad, Avery. She could hurt you and Shayla." This kid is holding in so much fear. Fear like that should be foreign to a young boy. I get up from my desk and go to the green club chair that is next to Jay's. I turn the chair so that I am facing Jay. "Jay, you and Kelsey are my children now, and I promise I won't let anything happen to you." "I'm not worried about what happens to us, Avery. We're used to everything bad my mom does. But you guys don't know the stuff my mom can do." "I'm not scared, Jay. I can handle her." "But Mom's boyfriend is super mean, Avery. He's a giant. He could probably snap you like a twig." "Don't worry. I used to fight giants on the court all the time." "Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. There's nobody tougher than an NBA player. So don't worry, Jay." Jay still has a haunted look on his face, even though I am saying I'm strong enough to handle what is coming. "Okay," Jay says, putting his head down so that I can't see his face. He doesn't believe that I can take this guy. "Buddy, things are going to be all right. Don't you worry. I will not give you over to your mom, no matter what." Jay looks up at me with his big eyes and my heart melts. I'm sure that I won't let anyone touch a hair on this boy's head. Jay still has his head down, but I can see that tears are dropping to the floor because Jay is crying. I get up off the green club chair and pull it aside. I get down on my knees to make eye contact with Jay. "Listen good here, Jay. I will not let anyone touch a hair on your body. I can protect you, your sister, and Shayla. Understand?" Jay nods his head in the affirmative. I move so that I can be close to him. I touch his forehead with my forehead. I'm now looking straight into his eyes. "Thank you so much, Avery." "For what?" "You know?" I lightly tap Jay's forehead with mine. "I love you, Jay." "I love you too." I let a moment pass, and then I get my secretary to take Jay to the lunchroom. His sad mood seems to have lifted. Later that night, when I'm getting ready for bed, I tell Shayla about what I found in the manila envelope. "Things are going to get dark, Shayla, but you have to believe that I can keep us all safe." "You mean that we can keep us all safe? I will help as much as I can." "I know you will, sweetheart." I kiss Shayla on the forehead, and we both slide into bed. We are both exhausted from our worries, so we drift off to sleep in no time at all.
Chapter 43. Shayla. Avery and I run into the restaurant, trying to avoid getting too wet from the rain. It has been storming all day. We are at the restaurant that Amanda told us to meet her at. I squeeze Avery's hand to let him know that he is not alone. He squeezes my hand back. The restaurant is very busy. I can smell the bacon cooking and the coffee perking. The hostess asks if we are the couple that Amanda is waiting for. We answer, and the waitress takes us to Amanda's table. "Hello, Mr. Principal, and his trusty sidekick," Amanda says when we reach the table. The waitress, who has a massive amount of black curls and big eyeglasses, asks us if we would like to order. We order coffee black. Amber, we are not going to give up Jay and Kelsey, Avery says. No matter what you do, we keep Jay and Kelsey. I agree. Amber starts to fume. Her face is turning red. You will never get my children. They are mine. Amanda bangs her fist on the table. You are so smart and rich, thinking that the world belongs to you. Well, I am here to tell you that you will never, ever get your hands on my children, Amanda yells. Then I see in the corner of my eye this huge man exiting the men's bathroom. He hears Amanda yelling and comes straight to our table. Immediately, he grabs Avery by the shirt collar and lifts him up. It's the dangerous boyfriend from the pictures. Avery pushes back and kicks Jackson under the table. The whole table shakes. The waitress turns away from the table with the black coffees she was about to give us. She clearly does not want to get involved. I have never been more scared in my life. Amanda growls at me. At that moment, a black and white police cruiser arrives. The cavalry is here to save us. Meanwhile, Avery shakes loose of Jackson and stands up, ready to fight back. Before he can, the police are at our table grabbing Jackson. Miss Benson, I presume, the tall policeman's partner says. Yes, that's me. What's it to you? Amanda says. I have a court order saying your rights as a mother are temporarily revoked, pending an investigation. Get up, little lady. You're under arrest. It isn't against the law to want my children. Yes, but extortion is against the law. You were trying to interfere with a court matter that is already scheduled to be heard by a judge. Amanda looks like she wants to bolt out of the restaurant. But things will not go well for her if she does, as another police cruiser pulls up at the restaurant. Everyone at the restaurant is watching what is going on. Burroughs is laughing as the cop puts cuffs on him. I'll be out by this afternoon. Don't you worry, Burroughs says. The tall policeman now has Amanda out of the table, and he is getting ready to handcuff her. Amanda puts her head back and laughs. I knew you were a piece of trash whose words are worth nothing. I knew this was going to happen, so I sent a letter to the school board, telling them everything. I can see that Avery wants to say something, but the presence of the cops renders him silent. I glare at Amanda and Jackson as they put the cuffs on Amanda. You'll be sorry, Amanda, if you go near my family again, I say. Amanda glares back at me and then spits my way. The spit lands on the table instead of my face. Can't do anything right, can you, Amanda? I say. Amanda can't say anything back because the cops are taking her and her boyfriend out of the restaurant and putting them into the first cop cruiser. Avery sits down. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I'm so worried for Avery. I reach for his hand and he gives it to me. Avery leaves some money on the table and we both walk out of the restaurant to get into our car to go home. It takes just a few minutes to get home from the restaurant. I'm feeling so much better once we are at home. I give Avery a kiss before we go inside. It's going to be all right, I promise. Avery says nothing and gets out of the car. I get out too and follow him inside the house. The kids are in the living room, putting together Legos at the coffee table. When Jay sees Avery, he jumps up to hug him. Kelsey smiles at me, and I go over to the coffee table to hug her. Everything is going to be all right, Jay, I say. Is that true? Jay asks. Your mom's right to you has been revoked for now. She can't keep interfering. Jay and Kelsey cheer, and Avery comes over to pick up Kelsey and put her on his shoulders. Yeah, us. Nobody is going to break up our family, Avery shouts. No way, Jay shouts. No way, me too, Kelsey shouts. I manage a smile, but I'm not happy about what just happened. Avery is going to have to stand in front of the school board and explain all of this. My worry is so severe, I feel nauseous. Come on, Shayla. Let's get some ice cream and celebrate, Avery says. I can see the worry in his eyes, but he is trying to hide his fear from the kids. I guess that's the right thing to do. Hooray! Ice cream! I shout and put my fist in the air. Way to go, us! And with that, we leave our safe home and go out for ice cream.
Chapter 44. Avery, it's a short drive to the school district's main office. I know everything that I'm going to say, but I truly feel a sense of doom. I park my car and get out. The parking lot is almost empty because it is after 4 p.m. Most everyone has left for the day. This will be a closed meeting with the school board. I enter the somber building and make my way to the conference room. When I get there, I see the conference table is all set up. There's a pitcher of water and cups at one end and a stack of white binders at the other. I see a small podium has been set up, and it is in the middle edge of the conference table. The school board is made up of elected officials. I know them all personally as I have campaigned for them all. Mrs. Zuniga is my favorite school board member. She is the secretary whose signature is on all the payroll checks. I know she will be an ally, but what about the other school board members? The other school board members are arriving. It's been 2 days since Amanda was arrested. Her letter is anonymous, but it did draw a lot of concern from the school board. Hence, this meeting. I'm thankful that no one at the school knows about what is happening. Shayla, the board, and I are the only ones that know about the letter. When the meeting is about to start, I take a seat at the conference table with the other school board members. The president of the school board, Mr. Flex, opens the meeting and states why I am there. Principal Cross, can you defend yourself against these accusations? Mr. Flex asks. This is my cue to get up onto the podium. So I grab my documentation, take a deep breath, and get up to stand at the podium. President Flex and other esteemed school board members, I would like to say that these accusations are not true, but they are. There are gasps around the table. I did lie in order to get temporary custody of Jay and Kelsey Benson. I told the state that Shayla Davis was my fiancée and that we were going to be married soon. I did this to prove stability to the state. But why would you lie, Avery? Mrs. Zuniga asks. Do you know what it is like to have all the money in the world but not be able to adopt a child because you are a single male? Mrs. Zuniga gives me a concerned look. No, I don't, Avery. The other school members just glare at me, but I can see that some are struggling with being stern towards me. There are many children in need of a home. Children like Jay and Kelsey that are repeatedly abused by their mom and her boyfriend. Here is the police report for the last time Mrs. Benson beat her children. Also, here are some pictures of the children's injuries. I take out the police report and the pictures of Jay and Kelsey all beat up. They were painful pictures to see, and more than one school board member looks like they're going to cry. Avery, are you telling us that there have been more incidences like this? Yes, Mrs. Zuniga. Here is more documentation from social workers and a sheet of all the police calls that were sent to Mrs. Benson's home. I wait for the school board members to pass around all the paperwork and pictures, and then I proceed with my defense. I am very much in love with Miss Davis, and I plan to propose to her tomorrow morning. She's very much in love with me and committed to the children. Avery, do you think she will say yes? Mrs. Zuniga asks. I hope so, Mrs. Zuniga, I really do. I take it you will then marry her and raise the children together? Yes, Mrs. Zuniga. Those are my intentions. I have more than enough money from my former career to support my new family. The school board members begin to talk amongst themselves. I sit down. It's hard to tell what they're going to say. Some of the members are smiling, but the rest have serious faces. Then Mr. Flex takes control and the other members stop talking. Principal Cross, I know I speak for the other school board members that we unanimously consent to closing this matter without putting this on your permanent record. And I speak for all of us when I say we are very excited about your proposal to Miss Davis. Good luck. Mrs. Zuniga comes to me and walks me out of the conference room. She puts her hand softly on my arm. Avery, I am so proud of you. Nothing could ever mar your excellent performance. Thank you, Mrs. Zuniga. That means a lot coming from you. Mrs. Zuniga smiles. Then she lets go of my arm and walks back to the conference room. I take a deep breath and then punch the air to celebrate my victory. When I stop punching the air, I notice that Shayla is waiting for me on a wooden bench in the reception area. When she sees me, she jumps up and runs to hug me. I give her a big hug back and feel my shoulder getting wet. I let go and she steps back, crying. "Honey, why are you crying?" I ask. "I heard what Mrs. Zuniga said. Is it true that everything is all right now?" My heart melts because I can clearly see how much this woman loves me. Now all I have to do is convince her to marry me.
Chapter 45. Shayla. After working for part of the morning, I take my break. I join teachers and other professional staffers in the break room. Adding sugar and creamer to my coffee, I sit at a table and start talking and joking with the teachers. One of them is telling a story about how one of the students, who has earned a reputation as a jokester, got himself into trouble. So he slowly opened his book bag. He had told me that he had to bring his pet to school with him because something was going on at home. He finally opened the bag and out jumps a white hamster. And it immediately runs behind my bookcase. What? Oh my God, what did you do? I couldn't respond at first. Then I hollered at him to get close to that bookcase. 2 other boys and I started edging the bookcase forward, and out comes that animal. Robbie barely caught the little stinker. I know Robbie. Did he really have to bring it here? No. I made him put it in a box, and I punched a couple holes in the lid. Then I paged the front office to call his parents. Well, they came to the school, and they were not happy. I start laughing, and I cannot stop. At this point, Avery walks in. "Hey, everyone. Shayla, there you are." He makes a beeline right for me. My body thrills to his closeness. What is he going to do here? He kneels on one knee in front of me. He has a sexy grin on his face. My eyes widen and I gasp. "Shayla, I was the luckiest man in the world when I first met you. I've gotten to know you. I see what a tender-hearted woman you are. You give your all to the kids here." He pulls an engagement ring out of his front pocket. "Will you marry me?" I wipe tears from my face as I grin. "Yes, I will." The whole room erupts in cheers and clapping. Avery stands and pulls me to my feet. He softly kisses my hand with a promise clear in his eyes. Someone brings back several cans of soda. Caroline, Avery's vice principal, comes back with a large sheet cake. I look at the cake and my mouth falls open. "Caroline, how did you do this?" The cake reads, "Avery and Shayla getting married." Caroline grins. "A little bird told me, so I went to the cafeteria supervisor. She agreed to make the cake. She was a baker before she came here." "Ooh, then this will be good." Avery swipes some frosting with one finger, then smears some of it on my nose. "Avery." I wipe my nose clean, then taste a small amount. Delicious. Some teachers get soda and a piece of cake, then return to their classrooms. As they leave, they congratulate us. Others stick around to talk, and even more teachers join us. What's the happy occasion? A science teacher reads the cake. Well, congratulations. I wish all the best for both of you. Soon, we have an entire party celebrating. Some of the teachers ask me what kind of dress I'll be wearing. I don't really know yet. I haven't gone to the stores yet. My co-counselor speaks up. This weekend, you and me, shopping for a dress and lunch. I nod, then look at Avery. He nods. That sounds good to me. The party continues, with teachers coming in and leaving. Everyone leaves with a soda and slice of cake. It's a good thing they got such a big sheet cake. One of the teachers asks me about any ideas I might have on a color scheme. I hadn't really thought about it. It's winter, so maybe cranberry and a creamy color for my dress. The women nod. Jay's math teacher speaks. That is perfect. Mrs. Thompson nods. You're going with us this Saturday. Shayla, once you pick out a venue, let us know. I'd love to help with the decorations. When you get to that point, I'll work with you on that. Still feeling emotional, I nod. I don't trust my voice right now. Mrs. Thompson speaks. Okay, everyone, break over. She starts shooing people back to work, and I feel a bit relieved to not be the center of attention in front of so many staff. Avery and I stay behind. Come home with me. Avery's eyes are sparkling with mischief. And who are you? My voice is teasing. The one who's gonna marry you? For real. Everyone who is still in the break room cheers. How could I not marry him? He's absolutely one in a million.
Chapter 46. Avery. Getting married was always for the other guys on my team. I've gone to countless weddings where I was the best man. Now my father is fixing my bow tie, and I can't believe that I am the one getting married. Son, I am so proud of you today. Shayla is a fine woman. You couldn't do better. I know, Dad. Can you believe she wanted a simple wedding? I was so surprised. I love her so much. I know you do, son. Just as my father finishes tying my bow tie, I hear the church organ start playing. This is my cue to go stand at the altar to wait for my bride. Let's go, best man. We don't want to be late. My father chuckles. Let's get out there before your mother thinks we are AWOL. We both go out the sanctuary door and go to the altar to take our places. We didn't invite too many people. I apologized to Shayla for my long list of NBA invites, but she understood. She only invited a few people from school because she has no family. But I told her that I am her family now, and she will never be alone again. The church looks wonderful, son. Do you have anything to do with that? My secret, Dad, I say. The church does look good. I have flooded the whole church with Shayla's favorite magnolias shipped straight from Georgia. On the altar, I have all white roses mixed with some beautiful pink champagne roses to match Shayla's dress and my tuxedo cummerbund and tie. Downstairs in the church basement, I have created a fairy wonderland. There are fairy lights that hang from the ceiling and big flower arrangements on every table. The food is barbecue, as that is our favorite food. It is all a surprise for Shayla. I told her I would take care of everything, and I did. She's not a monster bride who had to be in control of everything. Kelsey is especially excited about being a flower girl, but Jay, who is very shy, worries about being an usher. I got here early so that Jay and I could practice his role. Now I see him taking people to their seats, and I am so proud that he is successfully winning over his shyness. I thought of Jay being my best man, but my father has always wanted this role. My mother was a little upset about sitting alone, but she got over it when my father gave her an unlimited budget for her wedding outfit. The organ music stops and the choir comes out to stand to the side of us. I hired the best choir around to sing for us. I couldn't help myself because there is also an orchestra up in the church loft. When Shayla learned of the orchestra, she had one question. What part of this wedding is simple, Avery? Shayla is the love of my life. I want this wedding to be a celebration of that. I have a big love for Shayla, and therefore, I'm making a big deal of this wedding. The orchestra starts playing Pachelbel's canon, and I stand at attention. It is time for the bride to come up the aisle. Shayla chose to walk by herself. But at the last minute, I see that Jay is with her. It warms my heart to see this young man walking up the aisle with Shayla. Before Shayla walks down the aisle, my best friend from the NBA, Aaron, escorts my mother to her seat. She looks absolutely beautiful in a baby blue suit. She's wearing a funny-looking hat that I have been told is called a fascinator. My mother looks so proud coming up the aisle with Aaron. When she gets to her seat, she winks at me before she sits down. Then the orchestra stops playing and the choir begins to sing. This is Kelsey's cue to start walking. She's precious in her white satin flower girl dress. She is carrying a large basket filled with champagne pink rose petals. As she walks, she spills rose petals onto the carpet. She does this perfectly and then stops to go sit with my mother. Shayla and Jay start to walk down the aisle. Shayla looks amazing. Her hourglass shape looks perfect in the beige silk suit she has chosen to wear. Kelsey insisted that she wear a wreath of spring flowers in her hair. The flowers make Shayla look like my queen. When she gets to me, Jay does a little bow and leaves us at the altar. All I can do is be amazed at Shayla's breathless beauty. Now it is time for my NBA coach to officiate the ceremony. He got a minister's license off the internet just for my wedding. He opens the ceremony with a speech about love, devotion, and marriage. Of course, he uses a lot of basketball metaphors. Now it is time for our vows. Shayla made it clear that our vows were to be short and sweet. I turn to Shayla and begin. There is no one else in this world that completes me like you do. I take this ring and slip it on your finger with the hope that you will be my forever love. I slip the ring on Shayla's finger and she is beaming. She speaks next. You have brought such joy into my life. I cannot imagine my world without you in it. Please be my husband, Avery, because I love you so very much. Then she slips my ring onto my finger. Do you both agree to be married and let no one interfere with your marriage? Coach asks. I do, I say. I do, Shayla says. I now pronounce you man and wife, Coach says. I grab Shayla and seal our vows with a big kiss. The small crowd begins to clap and cheer, and I begin the fairy tale marriage that I promise I will give Shayla.
Chapter 47. Shayla. After we got married, Avery's parents asked me to call them Mom and Pop. I was really happy about that. Today, I am sitting at the dinner table with the kids, Avery and Mom and Pop. We are celebrating the fact that Jay and Kelsey are finally ours. The adoption papers were finalized today. Between Jay confessing that his bruises were caused by his mother's boyfriend and the way she attempted to subvert the custody hearing with blackmail, everything ended up going in our favor after all. And now we have the papers to prove it. Here's a toast to the new parents, Pop exclaims. Bravo, Mom shouts. Avery and I raise our glasses, along with Mom and Pop, and enjoy the toast. Yes, we are parents now and pretty excited. But I have not been feeling well. It's no big deal, but I'm never sick. Suddenly, I'm sensitive to smells, and I feel that the world is turned upside down every morning. When I step out of bed, I have to run to the bathroom because I am so nauseous. It's been 2 weeks now that I have felt that way. I'm getting scared. So after our celebration dinner, I send Jay and Kelsey to play outside while I do the dishes with Mom. Today is a rare sunny day for winter. We are getting very close to spring. You shouldn't be stuck inside doing dishes with me, Shayla. Go sit outside with the kids. I'm fine. I love doing dishes. Mom chuckles as she hands me a plate to rinse. I'm so glad to have a daughter now. I love the company because it's usually me doing the dishes alone. Mom is in a good mood, so I decide to ask her a few questions about the way I'm feeling. Mom, I've been feeling horrible lately, and every morning I throw up. What do you think is wrong with me? Mom gets excited and stops washing dishes. She dries her wet hands on the cloth hanging from her bright yellow apron, and then she hugs me. What's that for? Oh, Shayla, my darling daughter, I think you're pregnant. With those words, I become so faint that I have to hold on to the edge of the sink. That's crazy, I say. Please don't tell Avery until I know for sure. I don't want him to get disappointed if I am not. Mom agrees to keep quiet, and I worry about making an appointment for the doctor. 3 days later, I ask Rebecca if she will go with me to the clinic because Avery is so busy running the school office. It is a walk-in clinic, so we don't have to make an appointment. We drive there after school without saying anything to each other. If I am not pregnant, I will be so disappointed, but if I am, well, I don't know how I will feel. Rebecca parks her bright red Fiat and turns the car off. Are you ready, Shayla? This is an important day for you. Shush, don't make me more nervous. I laugh. I'm sorry, but I am so excited. Just think of how overjoyed Avery is going to be. I don't want to even think of that yet, so I open the car door and step out into the parking lot. Rebecca does the same, and we walk a few feet to the clinic. The clinic is housed in an old mansion. It is big and decorated like a cozy home. I'm glad we came here. Please fill out these papers and bring them back to me, the clerk says. I take the clipboard with the papers and the pen with an artificial white daisy taped to the top of the pen. Rebecca is more excited than I am. As I fill out the paperwork, I worry that something else is wrong with me. I could have a giant ovarian cyst or even cancer. My Aunt Esther died of ovarian cancer when she was my age. She thought she was pregnant too. I turn in the paperwork. Then I sit and wait with Rebecca, who holds my hand. I'm so scared, I admit to Rebecca. Don't worry, it's all going to turn out well. I promise. I squeeze her hand, and she squeezes mine back. Finally, the nursing assistant calls me to come to the back room. I give Rebecca my purse, and then I follow the nursing assistant. When I get to the exam room, there are posters on the wall explaining what happens to a woman's body when she is pregnant. There are also several pictures of newborn babies that the doctor has delivered. The female doctor is already in the room waiting for me. She asks me to give a urine sample, and then she will examine me. When I get back to the exam room, I find it is empty now. I'm alone for a few minutes until Dr. Wally comes back into the room. She has a big smile on her face. Shayla Cross, you are definitely pregnant. I jump out of my chair and hug the doctor. It's not a cyst or cancer. No, Mom, you are really pregnant. Imagine that. I am growing a new life.
Chapter 48. Avery. It used to be that the best part of my day was when I got into my black 1965 Mustang and drove fast down the highway. That little Mustang can really go. But now the highlight for me is going home to cook for Shayla and the kids. I love the wild atmosphere of getting kids to finish up their homework and then washing up for dinner. I also love the way Shayla sets the table and hums. She's always so lighthearted and happy in the evening. But today, when I went over to her counseling office, she told me that she would be late and promised that she wouldn't be home later than 7. I kind of got disappointed because she would miss dinner. I would have to deal with the kids alone. I don't mind kid duty, but I will miss Shayla's hugs, smiles, and humming. It's early, so I get on the highway and drive fast. But here's the thing. I could not go over the speed limit. I'm a dad now, and I have to be responsible. So I slow down, and I'm at my house in no time. I stay in the car for a while. There's only one sad thing today, and that is that no one remembered my birthday. Not even my mom and pop called to wish me a happy birthday. This is a very strange thing. They have never forgotten about a birthday before. Plus, I'm surprised at Shayla. She's such a sentimental person. I thought for sure she would remember and plan something nice. I half expected the kids to wake me up and bring me breakfast in bed, but this morning no one said a thing. It was odd that Kelsey stared at me all during breakfast and she didn't say a word to me. It was as if someone bribed her not to talk. Plus, Jay was acting strange. He also didn't talk much at breakfast. He kept looking at Shayla, who would then whisper something to him. What was going on in my family? Are they worried about something and not telling me? My heart sinks. Maybe their mom has come back. Maybe she is making another attempt at custody. I'll never stop fighting as those kids are mine now. Still, would they keep it a secret from me? I'm being silly. Nothing is happening. It's just a regular day. My family forgot and probably confused my birthday with another day. But it is strange that none of my friends have called me either. Every year, Aaron and I have lunch, but there was no invite this year. Since I got married, I took a lot of my NBA stuff and put it into storage. I wanted to hire my decorator again, but Shayla said she could handle it. She did, and the house looks great and feels cozy. It was a good decision. Rebecca kept the kids after school to tutor them and promised to drop them off before dinner. Rebecca's red Fiat is now parked in the driveway. I will have to invite her to our family dinner. I don't mind. She's Shayla's best friend. When I get to the door, I open it and then shout for Rebecca and the kids, but there is no answer. In fact, the kitchen and the dining room are empty. Where is everybody? I step into the living room and I hear a big pop. My heart stops for a minute. Then all of a sudden, a group of my friends step into the dining room along with Shayla, Rebecca, and the kids. "Surprise!" everyone yells. I can't believe all my favorite people are here for my birthday. I thought everyone had forgotten. My mom and pop are even here. They're smiling and laughing at me. Shayla gives me a hug. "Are you surprised?" "Boy, am I." "Here's a little something for your birthday," Shayla says and gives me a little peck on the lips. She puts a small box wrapped in my team colors in my hands. I figure that she has been sweet and got me the new team logo on a gold coin. I've really been wanting to own one. I tear open the present and open the box. Then my throat goes dry and a few tears escape my eyes. I can't believe it. There is a pregnancy test with 2 stripes on it. "Is this yours?" I ask. Shayla laughs. "No, it's Rebecca's." She gives me a hug and whispers, "I'm pregnant with your baby, silly." I can't believe my ears or eyes. I'm going to be a father. "Congratulations, Dad. Welcome to the club," my buddy Aaron says. Shayla steps back so Aaron can give me a hug. He puts his arm around me, but then he pats me so hard, he knocks the wind right out of me.
Chapter 49. Shayla, today is good. Avery and I are closer than we've ever been. A big part of that is our love for each other. Another part of our relationship is how Avery cares even more about me and the baby. But pregnancy brings unpredictable emotions into the mix. That's not always good. I could be feeling good and happy. 2 minutes later, something I see could make me really emotional. Avery is wonderful about helping me through my ups and downs. Then we get into arguments. Jay and Kelsey are so excited to meet their little brother or sister. I'm amazed. They are so welcoming of another child into our family. "Hey, how are you feeling today, love?" "Good. I'm feeling active and I want food." Avery laughs. He's gotten used to my bigger appetite. "Come on downstairs. I have something ready for all of us." I walk to the dining room, holding Avery's hand. "Ooh, that looks so good." Avery made lasagna with a salad. "Thank you, love. What's best about this is that every nutrient you and the baby need are in this meal." "Nutrients? Just let me at this meal?" My stomach is growling. Jay and Kelsey giggle as they watch me. He cuts into the still steaming dish and cuts a square for me. I put a healthy serving of salad on my plate and choose Italian dressing. "Avery, this smells so delicious." Kelsey and Jay dig into their own plates. "Mommy, do I have to eat the celery?" Kelsey is looking doubtfully at a small square of the vegetable on her fork. "Have you ever eaten it?" "Well, no, but it smells funny." "Take a small taste, chew it, and swallow it. You need to try the food before you can honestly say that you don't like it." Doubtfully, Kelsey brings her fork to her mouth. On the second try, she bites it off the fork and begins to chew. Her eyes widen. "Crunchy." She swallows it. "Did you like it?" "Kinda, I think." "Good. Keep eating, even the celery. Want a little more dressing on top?" Jay cleans his plate and gets a second serving of lasagna. "Kelsey, more lasagna?" "Yes, please. Daddy, this is so good." After dinner, Avery and I wash dishes and clean the kitchen. He takes me to the couch and sets me down. "I'll put a bottle of water here. If you get sleepy, go ahead and rest." My emotions hit me. My eyes begin to well with tears and I sniffle. "You are so good to us." I wipe the tears sliding down my cheeks. Avery comes back with 2 bottles of chilled water. He sits right next to me, puts his arm around me, and just holds me. Soon my teary moment ends. I drink some water, and we watch the news. Man, I hate these emotions. totally normal. I completely understand. I take another drink of water. I put my head on his shoulder and wrap my arms around his waist. Mom! Jay is standing in front of us, wide-eyed. I jolt awake. What? What is it? It's finally raining. His smile is huge. This boy loves rain. Looking at Avery, I get up and go to the window. I'm glad. Sweetheart, this is wonderful. I pull him into my arms, and he hugs me right back. Avery's phone rings, and he answers it. Hey, Mom, how are you? He motions for Jay and I to join him. I smile. I really like Bill and Thelma. Thelma is nothing like I imagined her. She has gray hair, which she proudly wears long, and she braids a single long braid every morning. Bill is just as cool, and he's as sweet as Avery. I keep listening. Hold on, let me ask Shayla. Hun, what do you think of Mom and Pop coming here for about a week? Sure, I'd love to spend time with them. Great. We'll see you on Sunday afternoon. You're flying, right? It's warming up now, so we'll have a few activities planned. No, don't worry about that. We just want to visit with all of you. The plans are settled. They'll stay here in one of the kids' rooms. The kids will camp out in the living room. They love the idea. Avery, we'll need to change the sheets on Sunday morning and clean their bathroom. Don't worry about that. We'll take care of it then, okay? Finally, Sunday arrives. We're at the airport, waiting for Bill and Thelma. We make it a game. Who can spot them first? Kelsey wins. Hey, over there, I see Gigi and Popo. These are the names she gave her new grandparents. We rush up to them and hug them both. Jay takes Thelma's suitcase, and Avery takes his dad's. At home, we visit and catch up on things. How far along are you, Shayla? Thelma is curious. About 3 months. I am so excited. The rest of our week is uneventful. We spend the days at home catching up with each other. Thelma bakes while we're at work and school. One evening, Avery takes all of us to a well-known Philadelphia restaurant. It is famous for its pasta dishes. We order our meals and get our food. We enjoy our meal and the company. I am so grateful we have this opportunity to get to know each other better. Thelma is a wonderful mother-in-law. Bill is terrific. He bonds with the kids, and he's a wonderful blend of the fun grandpa and the grandpa, who isn't afraid to discipline when needed. Some people say it takes a village. These kids have been through a lot, and they can use every person in their corner who is willing. But in the end, I'm really glad that includes people like Thelma and Bill. Not just for Kelsey and Jay, but for me too.
Chapter 50. Avery. I'm rushing Shayla to the hospital. She's in active labor and the contractions definitely hurt. She's brave about it, just breathing through them and keeping me updated about what is happening to her body. Ooh, that one was a good one. She shifts to a more comfortable position. She rests her head against the headrest. 3 minutes later, a new contraction begins. They're getting closer together. And we're still 5 miles away from the hospital. You okay? Whew. Yeah. It was closer, wasn't it? Yeah, but we're almost to the hospital. I'm taking this road. It's more direct and has less traffic. Flipping my signal on, I turned right onto a smaller road. Sure enough, we cut our commute by a little more than 3 minutes. I pull up to the front where Shayla's doctor is waiting. She brings a wheelchair out, and the two of us get Shayla settled in. I'll be up as soon as I've parked. Thankfully, I'll be skipping triage. The doctor took care of all of that at our last prenatal visit. We're in good condition, Avery, the doctor remarks. 4th floor, room 404. I wave my hand out the window, acknowledging her. I find a parking spot not too far from the entrance and hurry in. Twins. I can't wait. In Shayla's room, I see her in a hospital bed, dressed in a hospital gown. You okay? Yeah, I just had another 2 contractions. The doctor tells me to prepare for a fast delivery. Shayla's eyes are huge with nerves, and she gulps. I take her hand in both of mine and look into her eyes. Shayla, my beautiful wife, women have been giving birth for millennia. You are young and strong. You're going to give birth to our twins, and you'll do a wonderful job. I stop because her face squeezes in pain. Oh, this one is huge. She squeezes her hands. I open both of her hands and begin stroking her face, forehead to chin. Relax, Shayla. Tightening up is a natural instinct, but it uses up too much energy. Relax. I intone the words just as I was taught in our labor and delivery class. In a few seconds, her face relaxes. She lies back, closes her eyes, and lets out a long, slow breath. But she doesn't breathe in to let out a cleansing breath. I help her with her breathing. Finally, she lets out a cleansing breath and opens her eyes. Wow, that one was intense. She readjusts herself in the bed. I listen to the baby's heartbeats. They are fast, as they should be. Dr. Bennett comes bustling in. She checks the sheet recording Shayla's contractions. Wow, that was a big one. Dad, let me check Shayla, please. I'll let you know when you can come in. Reluctantly, I leave. I wait right beside the door. Up and down the hall, I hear other laboring mothers groaning, wailing, and even swearing at their partners. Yikes! I hope Shayla won't get to that point. Medical staff hurry up and down the hallway, bringing bassinets and medical equipment into and out of rooms. Finally, the doctor opens the door. Her eyes are sparkling. Dad, Shayla has moved extraordinarily fast in her labor. We're going to stay here for a little more, then go to delivery. I hurry into the room. Shayla looks wilted. Perspiration is keeping loose strands of her hair stuck to her face. I find a cool cloth in the bag we brought from home. Opening the Ziploc bag it's in, I spread it tenderly over her face, then wipe away the perspiration. Better? Yeah, for now. Shayla, I'm having the nurse bring in an epidural for you. It's time. The nurse comes in and gives the doctor a small tray. Put it right there, please. The doctor washes and dries her hands, then puts on a pair of surgical gloves. She has Shayla lie on her side with me holding her in position. Gently, she slides the IV needle into Shayla's back after swabbing with a disinfectant. I can hear the popping sound that comes from Shayla's back. I wince. As the doctor is finishing and opening the port for the drip, Shayla begins to tense, then remembers to stay relaxed. Ooh, this one is hard. I help her breathe through the contraction. When it ends, I help her lie on her back again. Avery, let me check her again, please. I step out, then go back in when the doctor is finished. I take Shayla's hand in mine as the doctor begins to speak. Shayla, you are moving extraordinarily fast for a first-time mom with twins. We are going to a specially equipped delivery room where extra medical staff can be in the room. Dad, you're going to put a cap, gown, and booties on because your wife needs all the help she can get. You're entering transition, Shayla. Your contractions are going to be stronger. Shayla's brow wrinkles. Oh, can you knock me out, please? I look at her, shocked. I'm kidding. Sort of. Okay, let's move. The doctor directs nurses to move Shayla's bed to the delivery room. I'm walking at the back of the line so the doctor can prepare me. Her contractions have been strong. They're going to become even stronger. We need you to stand with her to birth these children. I swallow, my heart hammering with excitement. Okay, I'm here. After Shayla is taken into the delivery room, a nurse suits me up. As I'm putting the mask on, I hear Shayla let out a long, low moan. I look at the nurse. Is that with the epidural? Yes. If she didn't have one, she would be shrieking. Finally, after about 45 minutes, my son and daughter are born. Shayla works hard to give birth to them. Back in her room, I hold both babies. My boy looks like me, and my daughter looks just like her beautiful mommy. I look at Shayla as tears stream down my face. We have 4 children. We have our family.